Okay, let's just get this over with. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time to end this shit. So we're gonna go around talking to some people and then go from there. Hi, everybody, Otaku. Good morning.
Thank you for coming to the first day of the Aramis Academy Festival.
The others tell me you're quite a music buff, Princess Zeta. Well, I don't know if I'd go so far as to call I forgot my TV was muted. Whoops.
Our entire student body has put their all into creating this year's activities.
God.
So please enjoy.
Well, I don't know if I'd go so far as to call myself a buff, but I definitely do enjoy them from time to time. In fact, I've been looking forward to meeting Director Gotti in person for quite a while. Oh, really? Then you must also know the splendor of sex. Wow. Gotti, dude, come on. Rein it in a little. Oh, just a little, okay? Director, I would kindly ask that you refrain from using such language when speaking to Her Royal Highness. It's perfectly all right, Najee. It doesn't bother me. But Your Highness, I know that deep down Mr. Gotti is far more interested in capturing the nuance underneath that kind of shallow surface level material. Credit to Zeta for that, for the record. And the reason I say that is actually very, 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 very simple. Simple. Good morning, Raxor. The reason I say that is very, very simple. That I want to give her credit for that is very, very simple. And now suddenly I've lost what I was saying. And okay, so what I mean is, it's going all right. Hey, Draxar. Zeta is good at reading people, is kind of the thing. Because if Gotti was as shallow as his proclivity for sex and violence might suggest, well, he'd just be playing into the dirty old man archetype without any sense of irony, right? And Princess Zeta recognizes that's not how he actually is. Which is good. I mean, yes, and let's be clear, that might as well be his nickname. I'm not trying to say that Gotti isn't, isn't a connoisseur of those kinds of things, because he absolutely is. He's not afraid of sex and having sex and violence in his films. But as we mentioned back in Daybreak 1, his actors have to be comfortable with those scenes. Because as I described back in Daybreak 1, Gotti is somebody who understands the concept of consent being sexy.
Volunteers from the sports clubs have set up some food stalls in the courtyard, as well as a one-on-one basketball game.
Which is kind of funny in regards to that, because I've always felt like Randy, that the only reason there was no depth to Randy's womanizing was because nothing really focused on it. He didn't actually have a romance arc. Not really. Which I think they actually wanted to correct with Gotti. They were like, well, we kind of just played it up for laughs and did nothing with Randy being a ladies' man. So, you know what? Let's actually do something with Gotti. Hence why we had multiple, we had the entirety of Chapter 3 and these side missions involving him. It was so that we could flush him out and show that, yeah, no, he's not just a dirty old man. Yeah, exactly. He eventually got married, but it was off screen. Which is funny, because in my setting, he doesn't actually get married to Mireille. area, which will probably piss some people off,
To
but that's
any
fine.
daring challenges out there,
Not the
we've
first
got
time I've
prizes
done
that are
that.
up for grabs. Why not give it a try?
No, that's not even the third time I've done that. But anyways, that's not even gonna be the third time I've done that. But that's beside the point. Anyways. But that just goes to show that it's like there's more to Gotti than meets the eye, and Zeta can actually, pick up on that. Also, I've thought about this. I've thought about this, and yeah, there is one gameplay negative I am actually going to put on the board.
First day of the Aramis Academy Festival.
I also audited the. Speaking of that, I've actually audited the review because yeah, there's a couple of triggers I ended up pulling, mostly just because of a case of okay, seriously, this is where it's all going.
So please enjoy.
Which is funny because one of the triple negatives, one of the negatives I restored to being a triple negative, was mostly due thanks to Raxor telling me, "Oh yeah, by the way, they're done." Oh wow, interesting. A thing I just wish listed today. Got on there. Yeah. Again, he's all about, making movies and all that.
Have set up some food stalls in the courtyard, as well as a one-on-one.
Specifically you told me the dead ends are done too early. Because the more I think about it, the more the dead ends just,
Why not give it a try?
for the most part, felt unnecessary. And so it was just like, oh, in other words, that's the end of that. Okay. And here.
Volunteers from the sports clubs have set up some food stalls in the courtyard, as well as a one-on-one basketball game. To any daring challengers out there, we've got prizes that are up for grabs. Why not give it a try?
Look, I like Colleen O'Shaughnessy, but I'm getting sick of hearing her voice constantly when I'm trying to read these non-voiced conversations.
Do you have what it takes to oust our resident game master? Then I invite you to come by and try your luck.
Oh yeah, no, absolutely. Well, I did, even with all of the negatives I have thrown onto the board, the story's not gonna be net negative. Like that is physically impossible. Even if I upped every single negative up to a triple, I could not justify adding that many goddamn negatives. Are you kidding me? No. There's literally not enough game left for that. And no, and even if I do disagree, and the outro ends up being kind of, what the fuck is this shit? It, in my opinion, story-wise, even that's not gonna mean anything. That's gonna at best mean like maybe six to 9 negatives at absolute most, which again is drowned out by the fact that this finale has literally added well, I'm in the wrong section, so give me a second to scroll up. Let's see, how many positives have been added via this finale already? Let's see, the triple for Pottermore's return, the triple for Ren's bonding event, the triple for Elaine's bonding event, so that's 9 right there. 12 after we factor in Agnes, 15 after we factor in Yume, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 25, 25 positives have been added by this finale. Helly. Yes, the outro is the finale. The actual like final thing. And I'm gonna go ahead and say it. This outro is probably gonna get. It is more. Is gonna get at least one positive. I will go ahead and say that. Like the only way I could see this outro getting negatives, like giving a negative for the outro, is if the ending is absolute dog shit. Like just, I look at that and I go, you're giving 13-2 a run for your money. What the flying fuck? And yeah, and I roll to disbelieve that it's that bad. And even if you were to tell me it was that bad, Raxor, I would roll to disbelieve, because I would be like, no. Because there's a reason why I mentioned during that exaggeration, that hyperbole, giving 13-2 a run for its money. Because there's no way it's going to give 13-2 a run for its money in terms of being bad. Because that outro literally had to... Because here's the thing. In order to... It would have to reach 13-2 levels of bad. Okay? And here's the thing. The way this would have to do that... the only way this outro could do that, is if it did all of the things to the Trail series that 13-2 did to the Final Fantasy series. One, it has to basically feel fucking wonky and like where the fuck did this come from? So it backstabs the entire story. Not actually hard, considering the story has not been very good. Narrative-wise, I should say. The character stuff has been great, the narrative has been shite. Three Houses syndrome. So that's the first thing it would have to do. It would have to backstab the entire story. 2, it would have to result in a death that would just come out right the fuck out of nowhere and would actually piss me off, because it's clear they are only doing it for shock value. And the only character that I think could die, where it would come right the fuck out of nowhere and leave me pissed, would be Ren. Ren would have to die, and no really actually fucking die. As in, the credits roll with the implication that Ren is dead. That's the only way you could do one that's as bad as the death in the outro of 13-2. They're not going to do that. I trust Falcom's writers even in this game more than that. And the third thing it would have to do to actually get net negative and be on par with 13-2's ending, it would have to stab the entire series in the back. It would have to go against the spirit of Trails as a series. Which means Ven would basically have to turn into a selfish prick, stab Ren to death, and that's your cliffhanger.
Volunteers from the sports clubs have set up some food stalls in the courtyard.
This is why I'm describing such an impossible scenario, though, Raxor. Because again, I will reiterate for the bajillionth time, there's no way in hell they're doing that.
Why not give it a try?
Because no writer is that fucking incompetent, except for the writers of the Crystal Phalanx saga. Okay? Like, I want to reiterate that point. I mean, because it's like, I know I'm saying, oh, there's this hypothetical, but it's like, when you realize it, I am basically saying it is physically impossible. because of the scenario that I'm laying out. It's like... oh, yeah. Exactly, Raxor. Exactly. You get it. You get it.
This festival is an annual tradition that preserves the principles that Aramis, the founder of
If anything, the corrosion plotline was in service of it. In service of the spirit of the series. It just wasn't very well written. And that's different. That's just mild bad writing at that point. Emphasis on the mild. Anywho, let us continue. He only uses it as a means to explore humanity's primitive desires and to show the conception of oneself in relation to the perception of others. Damn. I mean, that's exactly what it is. Zeta, did I give you a positive? I'm like... Yeah, I did like 19 positives to the board, but then I'm like, yeah, okay, let's make sure I gave Princess Zeta a positive.
As well as a one-on-one basketball game. To any daring challengers out there, we've got prizes that are up for grabs. Why not give it a try?
Another case in point for the whole, there's no way the story score is getting net negative. You know? Where... Did I not?
Thank you for coming to the first day of the Aramis Academy Festival. This festival is an annual tradition that preserves the principles that Aramis, the founder of our academy...
So... I'm a moron.
Our entire student body has put their all into creating this year's activities, so please enjoy.
Oh, Zeta... Sherrod at least has... You can kind of see Sherrod as kind of like an Olivier-like character. He's like Olivier. Not really... Not a one-to-one copy. I've made the comparison before, and I will make it again. And he is as much like Olivier as I am like the lore runner, and we are and in case you require the subtlety of a sledgehammer, the lore runner and I could not be more different. And no, I'm not just talking about the fact that I have a frickin' mop on my head.
Volunteers from the sports clubs have set up some food stalls in the courtyard, as well as a one-on-one
let's do it. I think we can put hers here.
We've got prizes that are up for grabs.
Anyways, so let's stop being an idiot.
A card battle tournament is being held in a classroom in the left wing on the first floor.
So I forgot to give Princess Zeta positives. Let's fix that. She's worth 2. Which is funny because I only gave Sheridan Najee 1. That's why I face-palmed earlier. That's why I was like, are you... Why I literally was just like that. Because... I was like, are you fucking kidding me? Up to this point, I haven't? Oh my god. Ugh. Thank God. I was there to up her frickin' positives. Although, if you want to contest me on Shared or Najee's positives, I'm open to that because they've each got 1 right now, for the record. Ugh.
To any daring challengers out there, we've got prizes that are up for grabs.
Anyways.
Give it a try.
That's fine. Yeah, 2 for Zeta, 1 for Sheridan, 1 for Najee is fair, you think? Okay. Yeah, I kind of agree. I kind of agree because, again, Sheridan is awesome. I don't want to undersell it. Even in this game, Sheridan has been awesome. Najee has been awesome. But I feel like Zeta is just kind of the one we focus on a bit more. And that allows her to have, like, amazing moments like this. And that's actually kind of awesome. Anyways. And at its foundation, his work speaks to a greater desire to rebel against the contradictory reality of life in our current society.
Volunteers from the sports clubs have set up some food stalls in the courtyard, as well as a one-on-one basketball game. To any daring challengers out there,
here's the funny thing. Here's the funny thing, Raxor. I don't much care for... I don't care if a character pops up out of nowhere. With usually... Well, okay. A sibling of a character we know doesn't usually bug me. Alphen and Cedric being the 2 prime examples of that. I could be misremembering, but as far as I know... we didn't get a single mention of Olivier having siblings in the entire Sky trilogy. I could be wrong about that. There could be some line of dialogue that says it. Because it's been forever since I've played those. Now, I don't remember. Again, I don't remember Crossbell all that well for incredibly obvious reasons, but. Yeah, but again, it's like, and then we find out out of nowhere, oh, Olivier has siblings. That doesn't bother me. You know? Now, okay. Now, if a secret half-brother... if Reen had a secret half-brother who became a villain of a future Trails game, that would fucking bug me. That would bug the everlasting shit out of me. Because I'd be like, are you fucking kidding me? Kidding me, you know? But, a royal character showing up? Royal siblings showing up? I mean, okay. Okay, fair, Raxor. Fair. But you get what I mean. With Ishmelgareen, it was like, whoa. There was kind of intrigue, and the explanation wasn't Osborn's secret love child. Right?
Our entire student body has put their all into creating this year's activities.
You know.
So please enjoy.
Yeah. Exactly. That was the whole point of that, right? But anyways. He's extremely adept at hiding that kind of subtext within his films. Sorry, I don't think I follow. Actually, now that I think about it, didn't Fan say something similar back in Tharbad? I'm pretty sure he did, yeah, Judith. Because that is the point. Which is hilarious that she mentions Tharbad, because that was also the chapter of Daybreak 1 that I mentioned, where I mentioned titillation was not just being thrown on the screen for the sake of titillation. Yes, Van and Aaron went to a strip club, but there was a character-driven purpose behind we, the audience, seeing them go to that strip club. Sense make? And that's very similar to Gaudi's films. Oh, I wasn't even talking about the fact that that was the first encounter with Harwood. I wasn't even counting that, Raxor, but you're right. No, I was meaning all of the stuff with Sarah, with her debt and everything. That was a character-driven reason for us to be there. If the titillation was just there on display, the scene would have literally cut to black, and they would have arrived back at the hotel immediately after that. Like, we would have seen the girls dancing for a little bit, and to foreshadow Olympia, because she was there too, and then that would have been the end of it. But no, they had Sarah there, and there was a purpose behind that, because Sarah was one of the focus characters of Chapter 3, which makes a lot of sense. I have too. But yeah, I've seen that too. I've seen ones where I think I've seen ones with like Ellie as the replacement. I've seen ones. There's a couple of other ones too. I've even seen one. I think Paulette was actually one of the ones I saw, and I was like, huh, okay. But that's the nature of when people of mod creations, But yeah. Anyways.
Thank you for coming to the first day of the Aramis Academy Festival.
Actually, now that I think about it, didn't Van say something? Oh, you read that. Amazing to think you saw the true meaning behind my work. You're saying she was right? Yes. I'm sorry, Judith, but when 3 people bring that up, because now granted, I'm bringing it up because I have the third person perspective. Van brought it up because Van and Zeta are bringing it up because they are perceptive. Like, Judith, come on. Come on, my girl. You are not... Oh, my God. Oh, but that's likely only the tip of the iceberg. To truly understand the full breadth of meaning behind your films must be truly impossible. Not at all, Your Highness. Knowing someone like you appreciates my work is what gives it meaning in the first place.
In the left wing on the first floor.
Yeah, Gotti's not that complicated. And it's actually one of the things I like about him. Yeah, because again, he is all about putting titties on screen. But again, like I keep saying, he is someone who understands the sexiness of consent. You know? Oh, his actress isn't comfortable being in nothing but a skimpy bikini? Then that actress isn't going to be wearing no skimpy bikini. Simple as that. Yeah, the less I say about that jackass, the better. And I don't even know that much about him. I know there was accusations, and that's as far as I give a shit. Oh, okay. Yeah, and they were, I think they were proven true. Like the accusations were correct. Last I checked.
The founder of our academy firmly believed in.
But yeah, no, I just. Ugh. I don't want to get into it.
They're all into creating this year's activities, so please enjoy.
I feel for James A. Janice. That's all I can say on that one. Poor guy had to stare at that fucker's picture while researching Scream. Ugh. Anyways. Are these two making a deep connection here, or is this just some kind of waking nightmare? Really? Judith? Oh my God, Judith. Yeah, exactly. And that is my thing. Because that was something I pointed out. You remember that quest, right? Where I went off on specifically the quest I went off on Deswani when we were getting extras for the cavalcade. I pointed that out.
The sports clubs have set up some food stalls in the courtyard, as well as a one-on-one basketball game.
That's true. Too. But like, yeah, that was something that shocked me with that one. Because like we literally recruited one of the strippers from the club for that quest. She arguably put on more clothes to be in the cavalcade than she usually wears in her regular job. Like, I was looking at that going, huh. I was looking at that like, huh. And the dress was down to the knees. Like wow. The most revealing it was the exposed back. Heck, and that's nothing. Yeah, and they even commented about it too. And I was like, damn. Like, I would even argue the costume I have Judith in right now is skimpier than the fucking dresses that Gotti put those women in that side quest. That's the hilarious thing. I stand behind my entire tirade against Deswani, but let's not get into that again. Yeah. Perhaps it would be a good idea to develop new avenues to deliver your films, Director. That way, your messages will reach more people. I agree. I absolutely agree. While I'm not willing to give them positives, I literally erased Nate's potential negative. Like, as soon as he showed up, I was like, all right, let's type out a potential negative. I erased them. Yes, I upped the negatives, but neither Nate, Deswani, or Alvis are part of the negatives that I've put on the board. I haven't even returned either Nate or Alvis to being potential negatives because they don't deserve it. Period.
Do you have what it takes to oust our resident Game Master? Then I invite you to come by and try your luck.
Not being so confined by existing film techniques would make things easier, of course. What about incorporating some different mediums? Well, if it's any consolation, Raxor, she'll probably be drowned out by a triple positive for Toa. And possibly at least one or two positives for Kevin. Oh, and a triple positive, probably a triple positive for Van and a triple positive for Agnes while we're on the subject.
Thank you for coming to the first day of the Aramis Academy Festival.
Yeah.
This festival is an annual tradition that preserves the principles that Aramis, the founder of our
You're
academy,
right. I've been
firmly
avoiding
believed in.
literary forms of expression on purpose. But if I could make use of the audience's visual and auditory senses, that would knock their socks off. It sounds very daring, but I believe it could be well worth the attempt. Yes, a new age of motion picture has arrived. I'm excited to see it, Director. Thank you, Your Highness. These two may be getting along a little too well. Van, the only thing that's going to result in is Gotti basically having a bottomless checkbook for his films. Which may or may not be a good thing, and depending. Although, maybe not? Now that would be an interesting point to discuss. Would would giving him a bottomless checkbook be a bad thing?
The founder of our academy firmly believed in.
Because sometimes restricting a creator can lead to creative ideas. I suppose then you could do like restrictions within specific things. Like, so for example, for this film you have this budget, for that film you have this budget, that kind of thing. It's an interesting idea to explore. Yeah, something about this has me very afraid. Don't you think you ought to put a stop to this, Najee? I think we're too late. I mean, duh. His Highness often falls prey to his base tendencies when Director Gotti is around. But I hardly thought it possible that Princess Zeta would take after him in that regard. This was a severe miscalculation on my part. Looks like Gotti's really hitting it off with the royal family. They're like 3 peas in a pod.
This festival is an annual
I
tradition
still like
that
that.
preserves the principles
That was good interaction.
firmly believed
I love
in.
how that was just the first conversation I have done this stream, and we are this far in.
So please enjoy.
The stream timer just hit 40 minutes, and it's, for the record, it's like, wow, really? Okay, let's go find the rest, the more people we know. Okay. Nobody we know in here. And we already talked to you.
Volunteers from the sports clubs have set up some food stalls in the courtyard, as well as a
I'm gonna stick to the party because it's like I want to finish this game sometime this millennium. Even though stalling until Friday actually isn't a bad idea right now.
Why not give it a try?
Here's a combo I didn't expect. Swapped on yes and go, oh, okay, sure. Whoops. Alright. Anya swapped. Going to the entrance. Guessing over here.
Oh, what a coincidence. Please, have a look around.
Yeah, Kincaid was before the other, was at the entrance before the other quests. Yes, and that was when I had Elaine in the party. I'm checking. And I'll check. Alright. Well, that's okay. Okay. I was going to do something. There was a group I was going to talk to. I think they were over here?
Thank you for coming.
Yes, they were over here. There we go. Huh, not bad. Looks like the people here have done some research in Eastern cuisine. And the results are pretty good. You should give this stuff a try, Van. Indeed, I think you'll find it to your liking. I think Eastern tea from time, and I drink Eastern tea from time to time, but this particular blend is exceptional. I should very much like to know how it is brewed. The atmosphere is quite enchanting. I'd stay here for the rest of the day if I could. Hey, Shizuna, is it true that some of the students reached out to you for feedback on their booths? Yep, though all I did was give them a few pointers after looking at their prototypes. When she heard some of them were being called in, some of us were being called in as advisors, she decided she wanted in too. Ew. Bet the students were giddy as could be to hear a Divine Blaze singing praises about their tea. You know, it just hit me how weird it is seeing you guys hang out together. How'd this even happen anyway? Well, when I dropped by, Shizuna waved and motioned me over to come on over. So I sat down and we just started chatting about Eastern foods and tourist spots over tea. Ah, I see. Speaking of tourist spots, there's no better place to visit than Longline in springtime. The sight of the trees in full bloom can't be beat. Though the view of the nearby river with all the little petals resting on top of up is a close second. I love fishing there during that time. You're doing a good job selling me. Hey, I've been to Longline more than a few times for film premieres, but I don't think I've ever seen those during the spring. Its beauty is astonishing. I only wish we were able to bring some of the vitality back to the wastelands. Me and the gang went to Longline last year, but we didn't get it to fully enjoy it. Things were a little hectic. Wouldn't mind going back for some actual R&R sometime. Ooh, take me with you. I can give you the full tour of the place, and we can cap it off with another duel in Ishgal Mountains. And why the hell do you think I'd want to do that? You'd make a real shit tour guide, you know that?
To any daring challengers out there, we've got prizes that are up for grabs.
We first met in the fall of last year, right? And we've crossed paths many times since. I think Faint is sending a message. Oh, and speaking of Longlie, I'm pretty familiar with the Ishgal Mountains, so next time you're there, I'll be happy to give you the grand tour. The view from the summit is breathtaking, and there's some wild veggies off the beaten path that you gotta try. Pass. Not much of a mountain climber, sorry. And besides, what makes you think I'd go along with you on this hypothetical trip of yours? This school festival is certainly entertaining. I'm sure the students put no small amount of effort into it. By the way, I heard that Katra, Esmery, and even Cronkite are here today. Perhaps I'll meet up with them once I've finished my team.
Well,
Speaking of Longlie, I heard Judith went there in secret and then ran into you and your group. She didn't tell me all the details, but it sounded like quite a bit happened. Though if she was there with all of you, I'm sure she had a good time. Yeah, Judith doesn't skimp on the details, so it's all good. Gotta go. Not gonna talk about that in front of Elaine. Totally not. Yeah. I do like Cronkite as a character, weirdly enough. I don't think he's the greatest character ever, I'll say that much, but... Yeah. Oh, speaking of whom... Okay, we'll save the Cosm group for after. Whoops, we catch you at a bad time, hey, Muriel? Oh, hi, Van. Not at all. I was just sitting down with Fen and Professor Cronkite here to ask questions.
As well as a one-on-one basketball game.
Hi, Beach. As you
To any
have
daring
that
challengers out there, we've
weird,
got prizes that are
weird
up for grabs.
Twitch emote.
Why not give it a try?
No. She certainly caught me by surprise. One moment I was wandering the hallways, the next I'm face to face with her. I made it known that I turned down all impromptu interviews, but this young lady refused to listen. Sorry if I was a little forceful, but I promise I'll make it worth your while. This story's gonna be one for the ages. So, Fomp, going forward, do you believe sustainability is going to be key in maintaining a healthy economy in Calvert? Without a doubt. Our reliance on orbital power is far preferable to that of fossil fuels. It is indisputably more energy efficient and environmentally friendly. It's a double-edged sword, however, given that the supply of septium is, unfortunately, finite. There's also the matter of the desertification of the East, for which the cause still eludes us. That's why I want us to redirect our focus towards optimizing energy networks in our cities rather than relying solely on natural resources. I truly believe that smart grids are the future. Oh, right, Professor Hamilton touched on all of this during her speech at the symposium the other day. She stressed the importance of new advancements in the orbital network and AI technology. Let me jot all this down real quick. This must be related to the world's sustainability development goals. Well, it sounds like her article is aiming to give a clear vision of the future. Man, she's really been coming into her own, huh? I think I'll give it a read when she's done. I was wanting to ask Professor Cronkite about what we can expect with the T-phones going forward. With the T-phone going forward. I was curious about possible future iterations, but that was a dead end. Sounds like he jumped off the project after the initial launch. Still, he gave me a few things to chew on. The future's looking brighter than ever. There are limits to what Hayway can do if we remain slaves to tradition. That's precisely why we're making a list of all the stagnant ideas that we'd best discard. Sao has cast the die, so the time for us to move forward is now. With Ashin's assistance, I intend to do everything within my power and influence to reform our organization. I'm not gonna hold my breath for that, Fawn. On the subject of trimming the fat, the Vern Company underwent some executive restructuring in the aftermath of Townsend's dismissal. While not altogether uncommon, there exists a proclivity to make resource cuts, even if said measures result in the crippling of innovation. Perhaps there may yet exist a means of restoring some of those employees on a conditional basis, mind you.
So please enjoy.
Well, if nothing else, it'll stop him from whining like a little bitch every time we fucking see him. Which is, by the way, been my biggest problem with Townsend. Listen, I'm egotistical until everything starts until I get my comeuppance, and then it's whine, 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 whine. Kazum? I've been thinking a lot about what you said back in Lawport, and, well, I don't think I've quite figured out the answer just yet. But I know I will eventually. I will find a path that's true to my flame. Very good. One must be prudent when deciding the course of their life. Now that you have found your center, I have no doubt that you will one day arrive at the answer you are searching for. Right. You're doing great, Fairy. She most certainly is. Now then, I suggest we set aside the more serious matters and focus on enjoying the festival. Shall we find something to eat? Heck yeah. Yeah, I hardly ever get to spend time with you guys, so I want to see some smiles. Sure, I'll smile like the best of them. Thanks for set. You too, Mirabelle. That goes for you too, Kazum. Don't forget that you promised to spend the whole day with me. Okay, I was kind of joking about the whole Kazum and Mirabelle being a couple thing a while ago, but like now that would be in. Now I think they would be an item, and yeah. Like I specifically joked about the whole idea of Kazum constantly banging Mirabelle, and Mirabelle is like an impossibility, and it's like, I mean, I could see that. We're definitely playing Grid Hackers in the Quiz is King tournament later. Oh, and Fairy and Reset are totally coming with. You're all cool with that, right? You ask as if we had any choice in the matter. Not that I would object, mind you. I intend to keep that promise I made to you. You're even more animated than usual, Mirabelle. I will gladly accept your invitation. I will always enjoy spending time with you. I am glad Fairy was able to communicate her feelings to Kazum. Yeah, me too. Phew, glad I got that off my chest. I want to keep searching for the best way to need to be true to my inner flame. Oh, but for right now, I'm just going to focus on enjoying the festival. I'm super jealous of Agnes. I mean, she gets to eat this delicious food every day. Talk about living the high life. Give it like another year or two, Fairy. Harry. And then enroll in Artemis yourself. It's not very often I get the chance to enjoy leisurely conversations like this. Earlier, we even had an opportunity to take in all the sights of the festival together. Mirabelle and Mr. Al-Fayed have been acting a bit peculiar, however. Well, if what I suspect is true, then I will happily cheer them on. So even Reset ships it. Okay. Both Rosette and Mirabelle have informed me that you all served as advisors for the festival. I'm not very familiar with these sorts of events, but it looks like it all came together nicely.
This festival is an annual tradition.
Well, all I did was offer a little advice. Anyway, did you have something else you wanted to tell me? It's just, as your former teacher, something struck me as off. However, it doesn't seem you're in need of my words at the moment. Ugh, this guy's always manages to see right through me. I wonder if he means... I know Cosm has a pretty sour look on his face, but I can tell he's glad to see how much Fairy's improving. The siblings have been reunited once more, and me and my best friend are along for the ride. Anyway, it'd be a shame if we didn't have a good time together. Let's go home and let's go have some fun. Damn it. God damn it, now I'm doing it subconsciously. God damn it, Reset. Now you've got me shipping it. Do I look like FedEx to you? Bad joke, I know.
Volunteers from the sports clubs have set up some food stalls in the courtyard, as well as a one-on-one basketball game. To any daring challengers out there, we've got prizes that are up for grabs.
That outfit on that guy, he threw me off. Oh.
You need your coffee fix? Look no further.
Step right up. Test your smarts at the quiz tournament.
Talk to them. Alright. I guess we'll head to the third floor. Oh, I think I checked here already. Yeah, I checked here already.
Volunteers from the sports clubs have set up some food stalls in the courtyard, as well as a one-on-one basketball game.
Yeah, that's right. I ended on that.
Daring challengers out there, we've got prizes that are up for grabs. Why not give it a try?
Actually, that's a good point. Let's switch to Agnes, actually. See if Kincaid does move. No, he does not. Okay. There we go. Alright, let's see if we can find the lane, because I'm pretty sure I found Agnes right here. Actually, easiest way to confirm that is to just swap it back. Swap back. Yep. Alright, so the only person left to go and figure out where the hell she is Elaine. Oh. Well, there you go. We found her. There are a few things I would describe as out of this world, but the flavor of the Libertalian tea is a notable exception. It has a distinct aroma as well. It must have been brewed in a traditional manner. Oh my, you must be quite the tea expert, Elaine. Word is you helped out some with this booth. I also heard you gave the people running... Whoa! Whoops. Dropped my phone. I also heard you gave the people running it some Quincy Bell snacks. Well, is that all true? Indeed it is. The Quincy Parlor manager was kind enough to provide them with when I inquired about it. I was wondering how they got a hold of those. I suppose it makes sense. Yes, despite all that happened with the company, you're still a daughter of the Eclair family. It's hard for me to think of you as anything other than the indomitable Beauty's Blade, so I forget that you're a member of the elite sometimes.
Food stalls in the courtyard,
And
as well as a one-on-one battle.
yeah, well, that's also because she's not really someone who
To
acts
any
like a
daring
member of the
challengers out
elite.
there, we've got prizes
It's
that are up for
because,
grabs.
you know,
Why not give it a try?
this is another setting where, you know, the upper class are snooty jackasses. Yeah, they're not nobles, but like the rich is what she's referring to. The 1%. It's not exactly the same as in Erebonia, I know that, but you know, but what is a noble if not a rich asshole? Just with some extra classism thrown in.
Volunteers from the sports clubs have set up some food stalls in the courtyard, as well as a one-on-one basketball.
Oh goodness, that came out all wrong. Please don't take that the wrong way. It's fine, don't worry. Even I don't really think of myself as a member of the old nobility.
Why not give it a try?
Nobility? Yeah, which is a... yeah, old nobility as in the nobility isn't really a thing anymore. And even if they are a thing in some part of Calvard, they have no real political power. I'm far more interested in these lovely Libertalian treats that Lila graciously prepared for us. Exactly. Exactly. Not helped by the fact that literally one of the last members of the royal bloodline was frickin' Dante's. As in the leader of Almada.
Thank you for coming to the first day of the Aramis Academy Festival.
Which leads to an interesting question.
This festival
Question.
is an annual
Who did
tradition
X and
that
Yorda
preserves the
pop out
principles
of?
that Aramis, the founder of our academy,
I hate to say
firmly
that so
believed in.
crassly, but it's like you're not gonna tell me he was actually somebody who, you know, was in love. He just you know what? I'm not even gonna continue that. Oh yeah, right. That's right. They said that. Unnamed cult member, Ember. It was literally just a continue the bloodline. In other words, Dante's fucked for his duty, not for love, which is all kinds of wrong. I'm just gonna go ahead and say that. Like, ugh. And I say that as I get like, not even arranged marriages are that bad. Ugh.
Thank you for coming to the first day of the Aramis Academy
Liberal
Festival.
is the kingdom in the southwestern part of the continent, right? It always seemed so far away, but now that Lila has brought a little piece of her home, it feels so much closer. I almost want to go down there on vacation sometime.
Our entire student body has put their all into creating this year's activities, so please enjoy.
You know, I actually would not mind that. I would not mind seeing that. Just kind of a scene. It's seeing Liberal not only in the Daybreak engine, because we're gonna be, even though we're gonna be seeing it in the in that new engine. Yeah, in Kai 2. Or whatever the next Trails game is gonna be. Yeah. But yeah. Anywho. Ooh, that sounds like Oh, it is in the same engine. Well, then they've really started perfecting it. Have you seen some of the screenshots? God damn. Just because I noticed, because I actually had some people, I saw some posts on social media say, oh, they've really improved it from the Daybreak stuff, and was like, I didn't even really think about it, but yeah, there is more detail in the Sky 1 remake. As weird as that sounds. And don't get me wrong, there's plenty of freaking detail in Daybreak. It's actually one of the things that was just like, wow. Anywho. Ooh, that sounds like a great idea. I'm sure there's so many great things to see there. Diplomatic relations with the Empire and Crossbell have been smoothed over, so we could go there any time. I mean, yeah. Of course they've been smoothed over. Not only because you have removed, because Class 7 removed the biggest obstacle to the political situation being smoothed over, but because enough time has passed, and the Empire has taken enough steps to fix their standing, that now they're not the frickin' boogeymen that they used to be. And even then, the whole reason the Empire was seen as this frickin' conquering force was because of all the shit Osborn was doing. He's the one that was annexing places like Jirai, Northumbria, Crossbell. Could have sworn there was at least one or two others. It's fucking ridiculous. Osborn was a conqueror. Let's not mince words. So, yeah, that sounds like it would be a great experience for you two. Nice to see Elaine let her hair down for a change.
I've set up some food stalls in the courtyard.
Shahina is awfully excited about the upcoming performance. In fact, I'd say she's a little antsy. She's at the auditorium as we speak. But not that I blame her for being excited, of course. I'm looking forward to taking the stage as well. Speaking of which, I should make my way over there soon. There are a few last-minute checks I'd like to perform. Yeah, Rocksmith was a bit of a dick too. It's actually one of the reasons why Cody's devotion to him is so eyebrow-raising to me, because he basically flat out, he and Osborn both in Azure basically flat out told the SSS, yep, we're gonna take over Crossbell because fuck you. You're gonna become a part of our country because Actually, that was more of the way Rocksmith approached it, and Osborn was just, yeah, I'm gonna take over your country because I'm an asshole.
So please enjoy.
Like, I guess he mellowed out after Graham Hart, defeated him in the election, but it's like, yeah, no. I'm not gonna make any allegories right now. But I'll just go ahead and say Osborn and Rocksmith are the two great examples of why I don't trust any politicians.
A card battle tournament is being held.
I think this is the first time we've had a chance to chat like this since the party last year. I don't have many friends since I'm always cooped up in the lab. That's why getting me to hang out with you all makes me so happy. I'd like to spend time with Rosette and Najee too. I think I'll go look for them later. I don't often have the chance to speak with Sarah and Esmery, but they're definitely a fun pair to chat with. It's interesting to learn about fields outside of my own line of work. Okay. There is one more spot I need to go check. And I'm going the wrong way for it. Excuse me.
Thank you for coming to the first day of the Aramis Academy Festival.
That is here. Let's see if there's any other.
Is an annual tradition that preserves the
Aha!
principles that Aramis, the founder of our
I
academy,
figured there was at
firmly
least
believed
one
in.
more group we needed to talk to before we ended.
Our entire student body has put their all into creating this year's activities, so please enjoy.
Yeah, I might, but we'll see. Let's go talk to Mishi. Wee-hee-hee, we're not done yet. Let's make the school year one to remember by making... I really don't like that catchphrase, I'll be honest with you. And that's it. Okay. Oh. Hey, you showed up. We're just doing our last round of checks before the show. All the props have been inspected already, so the only thing left to do is help the performers get ready. Nice work, everyone. Everyone's done enough for rehearsing. At this stage, I'd say mental prep's more important than that. Fair point. Well, come what may, I think this show's going to bring down the house. It's thanks to everyone that it's turned out so well. I'm getting a bad case of jitters, though. Like, seriously, I don't want to get stage fright up there. Here, want my advice? Just turn off your brain and focus on having fun. And that's what I always do. I'd be taking the lead during our dance, so just follow my moves and go with the flow. Oh, you'll knock him dead, I promise. It's a one and done in part anyway, so once it's over, that's it. You've got one shot to dazzle the audience, so make it count. Thanks, everyone. Man, I'm so glad we have you pros around to give us the kick in the pants we need. I don't think I'm a pro just yet, but thanks. Speaking of thanks, I wanted to say I really appreciate you and Fairy helping with building the sets, Aaron. It's nothing. I don't mind carrying everyone's asses every now and then. Oh, and you can leave the other performers to us. We'll check in on them so you guys can go out and have fun or whatever. Sounds good. I'm sure they'll appreciate the extra coaching. Do your best, everyone. I'm really looking forward to the show. Only thing left to do before the big show is check on all the students and the guest performers. My guy is will get all of their moves down to an art. They're going to knock everyone's socks off, guaranteed. Shame they won't get much time to shine, but damn if they won't make it the best few minutes it's in the history of theater.
A card battle tournament is being held.
I thought I was just going to be a stagehand, but they're roping me into a small part towards the end of the play. I was hesitant at first, but after seeing all the blood, sweat, and tears that went into this, I really want to make this the best show it can be. I know I'll only be here for the first day, but that won't stop me from giving it my best effort. Admittedly, I'm a little nervous at the prospect of getting on stage, but I have little choice but to grin and bear it. Mark my words, I will give it my all. And whoop. And Shahina. It's getting harder and harder to contain my excitement the closer we get to showtime. That's why I rushed on over here ahead of Sarah. I'm totally on board with the theme they choose for the show. Just you wait. I'm going to capture the hearts of everyone with my dancing. Mm-hmm. Now, speaking of Sarah, now that I'm thinking about it.
The Aramis Academy Festival. This festival is an annual tradition that preserves the principles that Aramis, the founder of our academy,
I was wondering who was there, but nope, not who I thought.
Our entire
Alright, screw it.
body has put their all into creating this year's activities. So please
Do I
enjoy.
really have to dance with Mishi? This is a lot harder than I thought. Wow, you're bad at this. Like, really, really bad. Don't quit your day job. I agree that he could use a few pointers. Say, why don't you teach him how to dance, Yume? Okay, but only if he calls me Master. Alright then, show me how it's done, Master. Oh, I didn't even see you all there. Are you here to see the Mishi show? Yeah, don't know why we'd be here otherwise. I see you guys found Yume. Yes, we picked her up just a minute ago. She was all wound up when we got here. It sounded like she had a lot of fun with Fairy and Shizuna, didn't you, sweetie? Yep, and now I'm going to have fun with you and Maxim. We've got a lot of playing to do, so you'd better be ready. Oh, and we gotta see Agnes and everybody else in the show later, too. I'm so excited. Right there with you. Should be a good time. Agreed. I'm definitely looking forward to it as well. It's nice to see the three of them having a good time. Yume looks like she's having a lot of fun. I'm so glad. No one can know what the future has in store, but it would be nice if this happiness could last. You know, this is all really nice. It's almost like her family. I want to think long and hard about the kind of future I can have with the two of them. There's still a whole bunch of things I want to do today. I'm gonna see Agnes and everyone in the show later, too. Yep. Okay. Yeah.
A card battle tournament is being held in a classroom in the left wing on the first floor. Do you have what it takes to oust our resident game master? Then I invite you to come by.
Yeah, I noticed
and try
that.
your luck.
Oh yeah, I didn't talk to these ones yet. Huh. Wow. Oh, I have messed up big on so much of this. Alright, let's fix this. Your generosity knows no bounds, Your Highness. Yeah, seriously, I can't believe the princely family supplied the mini-market with all these furnishings. This was nothing more than a modest offering. I mean, I've never played the Atelier series either, and I don't really have any interest in it, if I'm honest. Honest, Robbery.
In a classroom in the left wing on the first floor.
In fact, one could be forgiven for thinking it's meager. I'm certain that the thought crossed the mind of the young lady from Heiaue, no? Not at all. I was actually just thinking the incense burner I purchased a minute ago was very nice. It's gratifying without being gaudy. In my opinion, it's perfectly suited for a school festival like this. Well, that's certainly relieving to hear. Oh, by the by, I have an inquiry for you, Gambler Jack. I've heard many a tale of your legendary escapades. I take it you're well versed in the many clandestine activities that occur here in the capital, yes? Then would you care to give me a tour this evening? Ah, so His Highness wants a little peek behind the curtain, eh? Sure, that sounds like a good time. Hey, wait a second, Jack. There's no way Najee's gonna let you two get away with that. His Highness is up to no good as always. I have a feeling Hal and Najee, they will have their hands full in the very near future.
Do you have what it takes to oust our resident game master? then I invite you to come by and try your luck.
It seems like Hal's always got her hands full with Jack. Now then, I think I'll go do a little more shopping around the bazaar. I'd like to get a few gifts. I've got Zin and In covered. That incense burner is for him. Aaron's actually been doing a lot for me recently, so maybe I'll get him a little something special. I did have a chance to chat with the Crown Prince during that party late last year. I like him. He seems like he's a real upstanding guy. Anyway, guess I'd better hurry up and get to work on my plan. You'd think Jack would be a little more mannerly when he's with literal royalty, but nope. And now he's planning to go sneaking off with the prince later tonight. I won't be able to take my eyes off those two for a single second. I can compromise if need be. We could take Hal, Najee, and Zetel on our convivial night on the town. Although our choices of destinations may by necessity differ than if Jack and I had gone alone. Nonetheless, there's no shortage of mirth and merriment to be had on such an excursion. Like that one video I got recommended on YouTube, that one clip you got recommended on YouTube was titled, it'll shared, "Never change, you wonderful little dork." The Olivier one was differently titled, but I don't care. Okay.
Volunteers from the sports clubs have set up
I
some food
think
stalls in the courtyard,
that's
as well as
gonna
a
do
one-on-one
it.
basketball game.
Alright. Let's do as Reverie suggested. Oh, alright. I'll talk to frickin' Gisara.
To any daring challengers out there,
I have to
we've got
say,
prizes
when I
up for
saw the
grabs.
fine craftsmanship at the front entrance, my jaw hit the floor. And I wasn't alone there. The decorations in here are really stylish too. You're making quite a name for yourself here, aren't you, Kisara? Okay, lay off the praise. Ugh, I'm going to die of embarrassment here. I bet Rebecca feels the same way. A little, but I'll manage. Anyways, congrats again on getting into school here, Kisara, and thanks for all you've done for the festival so far. Good luck getting all the visitors. Chris will be treating us to dinner tonight, so that should give you something to look forward to. Yeah, whatever. Ooh, dinner sounds good. Mind if I invite myself over? Sure, the more the merrier. Hey, maybe we can invite Curtis over too. Let's not, actually. He and Kisara aren't exactly on the best of terms.
Volunteers from the
I mean,
sports
it's
clubs
not
have set up
that
some food
bad,
stalls in the
but
courtyard,
yeah,
as
he
well
does
as a
have a way of
one-on-one
getting under my
basketball
skin. Yeah, I get it. Personally, I think the smaller the group, the better.
game. To any
Of
daring
course you'd
challengers
think
out there,
that.
we've
You're
got
Old
prizes
Town's
up for
resident
grabs.
shut-in, and we wouldn't have it any other way. Huh? Why the long face, Kisara? It's nothing. I don't know. I guess I just wanted to say thanks, for everything. I'm grateful to all you guys. You're more than welcome. Not that I did much of anything myself, of course. Yeah, it wasn't easy helping you study for the entrance exam, but that's what friends are for. Agreed. Things have been so much more fun since you came into our home. Guess I was worrying for nothing. Kisara is fitting in just fine. There you go. Yeah, that was the point, Raxor. My original goal was to land a job anywhere other than here and leave Old Town for good. The plan changed, though. I had a hard time admitting this to myself for a while, but before I knew it, I started to care about Old Town. It became important to me. So guess I just don't want people to worry about me anymore. Well, there you go. Okay. Okay, So now that we've done all that we've examined all of that and blah 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 blah, we are done. Choosing to meet up with the other party members will end free time and advance the main story. All quests, connection events, and other sub-events will disappear. Yes, let's get this over with so that we can start progressing to the final dungeon. After I AFK for a bio break, I'll be right back. Okay, sorry about that. Then, having finished his rounds, met up with the rest of the group. While chatting over their delicious festival lunch, Ren and Kincaid showed up, followed shortly by Paulette, who had come to pick up Yume. From there, they decided to browse the festival booths a little longer. They also decided to make a quick stop to the cathedral and the patisserie. The hours flew by as they enjoyed their time together. And before they knew it, the clock had struck 4, which meant it was time for the festival's main event. It was a performance that was put on by the students and guests alike, with the help of Fairy, Aaron, and Judith, and even a little supervision from Ven. And then it was time for the curtain to rise.
Hello, everyone. Thank you all for your patience. It's time for the main event. We would now like to present a special performance put together by this year's Student Council. This year's show is going to be a little different from usual. Rather than having it run entirely by the students, the teachers and other friends of the school have also graciously lent their support. When thinking about the best way to embody this year's theme, we wanted to come up with an answer that would be fun for everyone. And our answer was this hour-and-a-half show, a production that's all-inclusive of both Calvert and its neighbors, and of both tradition and innovation. It's called A New Season Together. I sincerely hope that our student body, as well as our guests, enjoy it to their heart's content.
Very true, Roxor.
Ah, so that's what they meant by quick change. really stepped up their game since last month. Too bad I won't get to see the ending. Oh well. I'm sure I can get someone to show me a recording later.
What's got you having a bounce fan? That was a nice little scene. You mean from... Oh, okay. Interesting.
Well, I wouldn't want to keep him waiting. Good thing I held off on giving this back to Agnes. Alright, Mare Bear. Rise and shine. I can see her app running in the background, but I guess she can't actually manifest in this dimension. Might have to try something else.
I'm surprised you didn't stay until the end of the show.
They didn't really need me there. I was more or less a supervisor in name only. If anything, I should be the one who's surprised. Unlike me, you actually helped with the performance. Also, unlike me, you didn't just step out in the middle of the show. You weren't even there from the start.
I wasn't, no. I'm afraid that stage was just a little too full of life. For someone as hollow and empty as me. A person with no sense of self.
Well, like I told you before, that's exactly why no one else can play your roles like you do. Been a while. Nina Fenley. Actually, maybe I should be saying, nice to finally meet you. You aren't just a rising star in the movie biz with oodles of talent to spare. There's more to you than meets the eye.
Oh, dear. You're laying on the compliments quite thick. My face must be beet red right about now. Yes, I have another role apart from Nina the actress. I'm guessing you've already sussed out what it is.
Only got a rough idea, actually. At first, I had you pegged as the third C. The person who's been sending us all those ominous warning messages. I sifted through just about every possible candidate for that in my mind. Thought maybe the first or second C were cooking up a new plot. I even considered if Professor Epstein was our new C.
Because his first name is Claude, yes? That's a bit of a stretch, don't you think? Although, when you consider the immortals from the Empire and the true identity of the Garden Master, I suppose it isn't completely improbable.
Yeah, but even I'll admit the theory's a bit out there. You being C, on the other hand, seemed plausible, but I ruled you out in the end. Just couldn't find anything concrete. Plus, you don't give off that smell. Wait, sorry. Not that kind of smell.
Don't worry, I know what you meant. Anyway, you were right to rule me out because I'm not C. Although, if I had been, that would have been problematic. Considering we've been ordered to hunt him down.
How the hell'd they get in here? You people defy all logic. No, I take it back. They're here because of your power, right?
Correct. We used his invitation to you as an opportunity to tread into his territory, so that we may find and execute him. He who hides behind a coat, as well as the name of C, and who dons the role of the Crimson Beast, must be eliminated.
Okay.
Didn't realize you had it all figured out. And here I thought Shizuna's master was the one with the omniscient eye.
No. My special eyes are quite different from his. Now, kindly withdraw, Arkwright. We will handle things from here. If you leave now, you might even make it in time for the last half of the show.
Sorry, but I'm staying right where I am.
Oh, are you now? Our target is nothing but a bestial affront to the goddess. Strictly speaking, you no longer have any connection to him. I know you're well aware of this fact, and yet, you resist. Why?
Simple, really. From my point of view, this is a 4SPG, and I already accepted it. He might have went about it in a roundabout way, but the fact is, he saved our hides more than a few times.
Yeah. Be on guard for the 7th Genesis at the Revolution Festival. If you desire the truth and wish to bring an end to the oncoming tragedy, investigate Aramis.
So I've got a reasonable request on my hands, and I've accrued a debt. No self-respecting Spriggan would walk away without paying him back. I get that they're a thorn in your side, but if you want to get to the hunting grounds, you'll have to do it over my dead body.
Okay. That's gonna be problematic at best.
Well, if that's how you want to play it, then I suppose we have no choice but to pull back.
Okay, that's a little weird. I figured she'd... I figured she'd have a bit more pushback than that. Clearly she's in charge of Iscariot in some fashion, but... Actually, it's been weird, this game. I'm gonna go ahead and say that much. It... Like, on the one hand, Ashlad's been like, yeah, okay, I'm actually gonna have a brain in my head. Then he turns around and he stops having a brain in his head. Then he has a brain in his head again. And then he stops having a brain... no, sorry. Hang on. He does, then he doesn't, then he does, and then he does. Is literally how this has gone. It's like... Fucking hell, little dude, will you pick a lane already? Well, I was actually just meaning in general because I wasn't even counting the discarded timelines, admittedly, Raxor, because, well, nobody has a fucking brain during the dead ends. Like, at all. I've already given the negatives for that.
You guys are unpredictable as ever. By the way, I got a letter from Master the other day, and it reminded me of something. Arteria's elusive captain and wildcard, who took up their post 3 years ago, was a fake who never existed. So if that's not who you are, then what's your other role? What's your real title?
There isn't really a title for what I do, per se. But Her Holiness the Pope and the Gralsritter's commander call me.
Her Holiness the Pope? That's interesting.
The Eschaton Saint.
come on. Oh, I keep forgetting that, honestly. Keep in mind, it's also been freaking, like, what, creeping up on a couple of years since I played Sky 3 last? Yet another reason to go ahead and audit it. Anyways.
It would have been nice for us to have worked together. But thanks to your little cheat, we'll have to back off. I'll be heading back to the festival now. Do take care of yourself in there. Goodbye for now, Van.
Hey! Wait a minute. Is that? Looks like a shard-induced dimensional interference, but on a level that shouldn't be possible.
Yes, that's exactly right.
Whoa! Aren't you?
Your
Hi,
name is
Lapis.
Leonard, yes? If I were to rate the cuteness of your name, you'd get 57 points.
Hey! What's with the crappy score?
That's... Didn't Swin get like a 17 or something? Stupidly low. Yeah.
Nadia, Ren, ready to come on in? Oh, finally.
My. You can be quite the handful sometimes.
Okay.
Huh?
Van, you are horrible. How could you leave us all behind?
Well, Hey! What the hell are you guys doing here?
You've got some nerve, you know that?
Looks like the old fart's finally gone senile. For once, I'm in full agreement with Aaron.
I'm not even going to ask why. Not this time. You always do this!
I share her sentiment.
Hey now! Pump the brakes for a sec.
Never, ever do that to us again! Do you hear me, Van Arkwright?
Shit.
Loud and clear.
Serves him right.
I also find your behavior to be objectionable, even if I do understand your intentions.
Guys, come on. This seems like a bit much.
I'd get it if you didn't want to involve Nadia and me, but your assistants too? Come on.
I can explain. Wait! Hey! Hold up a sec! Don't you guys know what I was planning to do?
Could you be any slower on the uptake? Literally everyone here knew that something was off with you. We aren't blind, my dude.
At the very least, we could tell it wasn't as bad as that time when you had completely given up.
But did you really think we wouldn't notice? You've been acting strange ever since you got that message.
So, monitor him and see what's up. Guys are acting like he acting like he went to go commit suicide again. Like, I'm sorry, I'm a little more on Van's side than the rest of them's. And on the rest of them, it would be one thing if it would be one thing if it was like if who he was meeting was like, I don't know, Sal or somebody. Or like the message claimed that it was Gerard Dante's back from the grave. Something like that, okay, sure. But a C message? That's getting you guys to be upset that he went to go check out the C message so you guys could continue to enjoy the festival. Oh my god. Help me make sense of this. Because I'm hating this. I get that they were concerned. I do. But they're acting like Igvan just went through half of the fucking final dungeon by himself. Like, Raxor, I'm sorry. But like, this right here is what I take umbrage with. They immediately jumped to him disappearing forever because he was gone for a couple of minutes after getting a message. This is an overreaction. I'm sorry, but this is an overreaction. The demon thing at least made a degree of sense that they all freaked out on him for that. It did, because that was fucking stupid. I even called that out. Like, I get that they're loyal, but this is an overblown reaction. No. Negative story. This is so stupid. Disagree. I accept that you disagree with me, Raxor. Nobody's gonna fucking disagree with me on or agree with me on this, and I get that, but this is fucking melodrama to the max. Next, he went to go check the validity of a message so you guys could keep enjoying the festival. Again, if the final dungeon had shown up and he had started exploring the final dungeon, you know, and then it got into trouble, and then like, you know, and then they found out about it later, I'd be like, okay. And that's the other thing too. Like, okay, if Van went into the final dungeon first, if Van had gone into the final dungeon and then we had this, like if this was happening in the entranceway of the final dungeon, this wouldn't be a negative. You do that one change and bam, my entire problem with this scene disappears into the ether completely. Well, you know what? It's still getting a negative, but you know what? Yeah, you're right. Let's finish the scene to determine how many, because this is stupid. This is overdramatic bullshit.
And just when I was telling Aaron about how weird you were acting, you up and left without telling us.
After that, I pulled the car around, and we followed after you. When your Zyphus reading suddenly disappeared, even I was taken aback.
Okay. But why are you treating that like he was fucking running away? Hey. Now, something going weird? Sure. You guys having concern? Sure. But treating it like it's the fucking demon shit from the end of Daybreak 1 all over again? No! I can understand them being curious. I can understand them being concerned. But Agnes basically, and everybody else treating this like it's the fucking demon shit from Daybreak, the end of Daybreak 1 again, is where I get pissy. If it was a, hey, you alright? Your Zyphus disappeared and that's why we're here. Here, I'd be like, okay, fine. But they're acting like he was like being an ass to them. And it's like, are you kidding me with that? Oh. Ugh.
It must have been due to the phase space expansion. But that portal seems to be something else entirely.
If you're thinking of what excuses to make, stop. You're a Spriggan and the boss of Arkride Solutions, yes?
Yes! So investigating a frickin' 4SPG that, as Van put it, but it shouldn't have caused this reaction!
Then stop running away. Or, to put it more aptly, stop running from the people who care about you so much.
So thinking he could handle a simple request by himself. Of one request that he didn't think was going to blossom into insanity. Oh my god. You know, with Cold Steel, okay, I'm actually going to talk, let's talk about this. Because you bring up an interesting point, Raxor. You know, the speeches before the final dungeons of Cold Steel. Alright. Cold Steel 1. Hun. We need to do this as a team to investigate the final dungeon. Because if we don't, we'll be throwing away all of the hard work we put into the school festival. Cold Steel 2. We need to put an end to this. We need to put an end to the Civil War and bring His Highness back, right? Right. Which was also the other side of, which was all similar thing in with taking back Trista. I actually chewed Claire out for that because it was like, how did you not see that coming? That Class 7 would want to take Trista back. Cold Steel 3 had a whole spiel, the whole lore dump and everything. So they ended up needing to stop up the ritual and get Altina back. Heck. And then Cold Steel 4 was that awesome scene of everybody coming together and saying this. But the problem that I'm having, and the reason why this is triggering me, is Van has done nothing to warrant them basically saying that Van is being a selfish idiot. He has literally done nothing to warrant this. other than just go and investigate a small thing. He thought it was going to be stupidly small. Oh. For all they know, he was going to investigate, and if things escalated, he would have contacted them. He didn't know that he was going to be surrounded by fucking Iscariot, and then a portal to the final dungeon was going to open up. Like, again, if it was just concern, I'd be fine. I mean, with that, right? Like, you know, like if everybody was basically just saying, yeah, we all figured something was up, but multiple fucking characters have basically called Van a piece of, have basically, he's subtle, in a fucking PG way, basically called Van a piece of shit. Elaine has called him a piece of shit. Yes has called him a piece of shit. Aaron has even, Aaron called him a piece of crap. The closest he came was frickin' Judith. Judith, who even said it was like, ugh. The vibe I am getting from this scene is that they're all pissy at him. And Elaine is probably the worst one of it. On yes, panicking and saying never do that again is one thing, but it's like, what? Again, they're not even giving him a chance to fucking explain himself. Like, this line from Elaine, in particular, really fucking brings my piss to a boil. Stop running away, or to put it more aptly, stop running from the people who care about you so much. What about any of this was Van running away? Hey. Hey. I get that they don't want Van to go all off alone, but the fact of the matter is that at most it like just oh. And that's the other thing that pisses me off too. Ew. Like, I know I'm sounding like I'm basically throwing the entirety of the party minus Van under the bus, but let's throw Van under the bus too, because he's also acting like a bit of an idiot too. Because this whole thing is all stemmed from the fact that he didn't just say, hey, I'm gonna go check out this message from C real quick. Heck. It's fake trauma no matter how I fucking look at it. I mean, yes, I am more on his side because I'm looking at the party going, he just went to go check out a little thing. But he could have fucking mentioned that. Oh. This is Yuna's speech from the beginning of Cold Steel 4 all over again. And it's meant to be a great moment, and it would be if we didn't have to fucking character assassinate people to do it. No, I'm sticking to it. I'm sticking to it. Yeah. I do like. I understand. I'm not trying to say I'm the be all end all of it, but I'm sorry. For me, this is stupid. Because I Ugh. Whatever. Moving on.
Like your master said, you forged these bonds. So now you have to live with them.
Okay, but counterpoint, why do these bonds have to lead to badly written stupidity like this? Can we fucking crowbar the idiot ball out of our asses and start having have some good storytelling that I know this series is capable of on display again, please?
I was just doing a little digging. That's all, really. I swear, I wasn't planning on throwing my life away. Not like last time. If you guys want to tag along, that's fine by me.
Again. And whatever, I'm done.
But what about the performance?
Oh, I already finished my part. Odette and Albert can handle the rest. Me and S finished ours too.
Well, I was supposed to show up at the finale and say a few words at the end. But if I'm unable to make it, I'm sure Albert will figure something out.
Poor guy. Talk about a trial by fire for the future student council president.
All right. The whole lot of you want in on this wild ride, then you better strap in. Wait, do I even know your name?
My name's Lapis. Lapis Rosenberg. I've heard that you're an acquaintance of York, and that you've done a lot for Swin and Nadia. I believe the reason you can't summon your hollow in this phase space is because your Genesis is currently inoperable. But if we can reach the Crimson Beast, she should be able to come out to play. Until then, I'll be your playmate. Lucky you! Well, aren't you going to show me your gratitude?
Sure. Thanks.
Wow, she really isn't anything like the Red Fairy. It's like her personality's done a complete 180.
Yup, she's real cute. In fact, she's super duper cute. Right? There's no denying that. Our LP is the cutest thing in the whole wide world. Nadia! Don't hug me when I'm in my shard form.
All right then. If you're up for it, I don't mind having the old man's masterpiece in my back pocket. Of course, that goes for the rest of you too. That man pretending to be C, the Crimson Grendel, is waiting for us on the other side. It ain't gonna be a walk in the park, but I'm not worried, because we've got one hell of a lineup here. Let's go kick his ass, and then get ours back to the festival.
Right!
Radium.
What is this place?
If this were a movie, I'd say these are some seriously cutting-edge special effects.
If I were to put it into words, this place is like several parallel dimensions merged on top of one another.
It's like an expanse, where the laws of causality overlap. Actually, it's less of an expanse and more of a boundary.
I agree. I wonder if this place was made manifest by the 8th Genesis along with the other 7.
Yes, I think that's exactly right. That would explain why the Genesees lost their power. It was absorbed by this expanse. No, actually, it might be more accurate to say their power gathered around the person who called Van here.
Yeah, I bet that's exactly what happened.
We've already got a pretty good idea of who it is we're dealing with. And if our guess is right on the money, then the Chief's the only one who can send him off proper.
Then I think it's pretty clear what our role is in all this.
Yep, we're here to back you up.
I don't think any of us want this hanging over our heads while we're partying it up at the festival.
I will do everything within my power to help you see him off, so that we may not harbor any regrets after today.
Until my vacation's over, I'm afraid you're stuck with me, whether you like it or not.
No, I really don't have any guesses at this point. My last guess was proven wrong on that one. At this point, so I have no flippin' idea who the hell it could be.
It looks like time is at a standstill here, just like it was during Pandemonium. So if all goes well, we might be able to wrap this up and be back in time for the end of the performance.
For the record, Nina was the last guess I had. Like I figured it had something to do with her. Like either she was working with the Third Sea or she was the Third Sea, but and thus Scariot basically was a part of it. But yeah, and then she flat out said, "No, I'm here to bring in the Third Sea," and it's like, oh, okay, so it's the Crimson Grendel apparently that's the Third Sea. Okay. Doesn't make the Garden Master any less of a worthless villain, if you ask me, but that's just my opinion. But yeah, let's get this over with so that hopefully we can catch the end of the performance. Yeah, good riddance to the Garden Master, because seriously, total fucking waste of time. Anyways.
Let's shoot for that then. I'd like to have one last hurrah before our short-lived school lives are done and dusted.
Same. I'm sure we'll have other chances to have some school fun, but I'm all for ending things on a high note. No fair. You two had all the fun without me.
Yeah, I'm with Lapis on that one. And this final dungeon's starting to feel a little tacked on. But I know. We gotta have a finale there where it's like fun and games, and then the final dungeon hits. So, shrug.
I guess it's up to us alumni to ensure everyone in your grade receives a proper send-off.
Indeed. We wouldn't want any of them to end up like a certain dropout, whom I will refrain from naming.
Hey.
Kincaid, don't push my buttons any further. This entire group has pissed off this wolf enough for one fucking game.
Regardless, we'll help you finish this, Van. Everyone here knows what this 4SPG means to you. That's why we'll do this all together.
Thanks, guys.
All right.
All
Finally
right, gang.
finish this.
Let's get on out there and finish this thing.
Right. Changed from Mare to Lapis. Okay. Okay, Lapis is a full-on other holocore. Okay. Sure, I guess. But anyways. Yeah. I mean, I was expecting her to be like Nadia's, hollowed, not, Oh, wait, no, I didn't want you. Eh. And... There we go. There we go. Sorry, Katra. Ernie, Fenner, and Elaine are equipped and touched up? Okay. Aaron could use a couple more things. So let's give him... And Katra? Alright, well, you know what? I'll focus on stunning and attacking with you then, Aaron. What else did you say? Fairy and Elaine. Okay. Fairy. You're mostly okay, but I'll boost your defense while I'm at it. Katra was the other one you said I should increase. If you're gonna have rot, then have a rot too. Ah, you jerk. I should check if I can make it an evade 3. Yeah. I'm gonna at least make sure they're equipped, is what I'm gonna do.
Understood. Understood. Providing support.
I forgot Potter Matter is still, I was making sure Potter Matter is voiced. And Elaine is topped up, okay. Aaron, Fairy, Elaine. Okay. Cool. Alright. Let's get this over with.
The spaces are connected through distortions. No, they might be working on a different principle.
If this is derived from the Genesis, then a number of theories spring to mind.
As much as I'd like to investigate it further, now's really not the best time.
Yeah. No kidding. I don't think there's any increasing I can do at this point. Nope. I was checking for quartz. I cannot make any wind quartz. Ouch. That's all I gotta say to that. Alright.
Alrighty.
Alright, let's just get this over with.
Let's begin, shall we? If we have that, we can win. Next one.
Nice! That went great.
You're a true professional, Dan.
There's a ton of them. Should we get to work?
Now, deploy charge! A chance!
All you on yes!
I can live with this.
You were a great help in that one, yes?
So I basically need to make an addendum now that I've calmed down a little from my fucking hissy fit there.
I'm on.
I stand behind the triple negative for that. I do.
We can win.
Because that was just... I'm done with it. How... ever.
Let's stay on the
It's not enough to fully sour my opinion on this, on the outro so far. It would be petty, and I mean like stupidly petty, if I neglected positives for the outro just because of that scene. It would. Let's be real.
There we go.
However, I am leaning towards something, admittedly, and we'll see if I stick to this.
Impressive as always, Shizuna.
But
Level increased.
oh, huh? You just got to level 4, huh, Buttermutter? Nice. Anyways. But right now, I'm the outro is feeling like a 3-and-1 ratio.
You're up, friend.
Now we're talking.
Now, normally it would just be a case of, well, I'll just give it 2 and be done with it.
You're open.
Which I might just do. We'll see if the ending can fix this up. But I'll go ahead and say I'm leaning towards a double for the outro.
Should we get to work?
Wait, what?
You got it. All you on yes.
Oh. Honestly, the way I'm looking at this is, I think that scene has kind of soured me a little bit on the outro, but not by very much. If anything, it's gonna be the. I'll do what happened with the soap opera bullshit with Tifa back in Final Fantasy VII Rebirth. What that did to the intro of Rebirth specifically. Yeah. And honestly, the sad part about that, Rexor, is that's my biggest problem with it. Why the fuck did you waste our time with that goddamn superfluous bullshit that was based upon a fucking misunderstanding and the characters being fucking idiots?
Now we're talking. It's time. The floor's yours, Van. Now.
But because of that one scene, I can't really honestly.
You picked the wrong guy to fight.
You're a true professional, Van.
Well, misunderstandings are cheap drama. I have always thought so. Because oftentimes it's literally just unless you didn't think to just because again, it's just it's conclusion jumping in most of the time. And it's just like, okay. Which is funny because my problem with this actually shouldn't be that big of a surprise. Because it's actually kind of a similar problem to the that I had with frickin' Elaine in Arashion. Where's the trust?
You're next, Anya. Now then.
And honestly, a lot of times I feel like you can still do drama without
Make it count, Van.
yeah, and that was the other thing too. It's like, we're gonna introduce some drama right at the 11th hour. Why? What was the point?
I can live with this.
Nice job, Agnes.
Well, that's because at that point it was at that point it was literally because that was comedy, and really damn good comedy while we're on the subject. Plus, on top of that, it was also frickin' Elise being like, okay, no, I'm actually properly written in this fucking game, and I'm actually properly written for once. Thank you. I'm actually properly written for once. Fuck you. You know? And even I was giving Reen fucking shit in that scene, if you remember. If it wasn't for fucking Ash and Elise in that scene would have been negative. Negative too. Like, why do you have to be fucking talked into letting Elise come when all you're doing is walking around the fucking Capitol? That's like saying going to the fuck going to take a like she's not allowed to fucking join in the girls in the hot spring or something. It's equally as fucking stupid. Not wanting her to join him in the hot springs, well, that's understandable. Understandable. You know? But of course, they avoided it because they literally looked at it like, yeah, no. The characters were simultaneously mocking the stupidity and pointing out why the stupidity was stupid.
Now we're talking. You're open. Make it count, Van. There. A chance.
And I'll be honest with you, if my friends had pulled this, if I was in Van's position, I'd be more angry at it. I'd be looking at them going, I mean, yes, I should have fucking told you about this, but I didn't know that there was going to be a fucking magical portal right there. And you guys showed up before I even had a remote chance to pull out my cipher and phone you.
You're just the cutest little thing, LP. I feel so much better just having you around. This shard body doesn't quite compare with my Rosenberg doll form, but I suppose it's acceptable. Barring the fact that I'm unable to eat anything. Come here, you! I told you, don't touch me when I'm in my shard form! So tight!
Simmer down, you.
Counting on you, Shizuna!
There. Let's go, Agnes. There. Now. Flinch.
But yeah, the more I'm thinking about it, the more I'm just like, yeah, no. At most, this outro is getting 2 positives.
Aye, they didn't put up much of a
Watch
fight,
it.
did they?
That one's big. Let's get to work.
Now,
Might as well. Man, these guys have a lot of HP. But again, I can mulch through that pretty easily.
Let's do this, Ren.
Activating skill.
Now. You're next, Agnes. Ha! There. Now. Van. There we go.
Counting on you, Shizuna!
There. Let's do
Activating
this.
skill.
Now. A chance. There.
Have some more! Chance!
Now. Pardon me. Way to fire me up. There.
Okay, that's actually kind of funny.
There goes. You're next, Agnes.
Oh, whoops, I forgot to
Chance!
chart boost. There we go. Crimson Tier. Ooh, that again. Does anybody not have that on? Oh, you've got that on. Oh, right here. I don't think I really... No. I think I'm gonna say no to that. However, I will give it to you because that'll boost your strength. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. I was like, I don't think Agnes needs it. Honestly.
You picked the wrong guy to fight.
You nailed it, Van.
Actually, that's another... Whoops. That's another thing I should look at. Does she still have the... Oh. I gave her the gold amulet instead. Oh, I don't even have the gold Rosario anymore. Huh. I mean, it makes sense. That's a weaker accessory anyway. Huh. You know what's sad? I'm getting some serious 13-2 vibes from this place. Not in terms of story. Let's not be petty jackass. I'm not gonna be that much of a petty jackass any more than I already have. No, I mean in design. Because of the blocky nature of this place, it's like, huh.
That looks like a nice test.
Let's begin, shall we?
Now, granted, I mean, hopefully this dungeon won't be as fucking annoying to deal with as Academia 500 was. God, that place sucked. Ugh. But yeah.
It's time.
Activating skill.
You're next on yes.
Yeah. I don't know. I think it's just because I hated it from a gameplay perspective that it would bug me.
It's time.
Although this dungeon might be a good example of, hey, this is what that should have been like. Oops.
They didn't put up much of a fight, did they?
Couldn't have done it without you, Ren.
There's some septive. Now I'm able to make some, make a wind quartz, if I wanted to. Okay, now I just need to figure out how the hell I'm even... Oh, excuse me. Ah. I'm gonna have to figure out how the hell I'm even gonna have to... I'm gonna even navigate through this place. Oh. I keep forgetting shard search is a thing. Derp. Okay. It's... I don't want to say that's a problem. But that is kind of annoying that it's like, hey, here's a mechanic that you probably forgot, that you keep forgetting is a thing in here because the game doesn't really need you to use it all that often, or when you do need it, they tell you you need it. But yeah.
They should make for an interesting opponent.
If we act now, we can win.
Counting on you,
there we go.
Sucker! Let's go on yes. There!
There!
Ren!
Activating skill.
Now!
The floor's yours, Van!
Of course.
My turn now.
Counting on you, Shizuna.
How about now?
Now! A chance! Now! Ren!
Activating skill.
Here we go!
Got your number.
Too close! Way to fight! Here we go! They're down! Let's go on yes! Van!
It's time.
Now!
Your move, Divine Blade!
Here we go!
This feels pretty great. An impressive display, Divine Blade.
Level increased.
Yeah. Fair enough. Fair enough. Like I said, it's not intrusive. There's a difference between the gimmick being like, well, that's a little annoying, too, and this is intrusive as fuck. This is an example of mild annoyance. Like, ridiculously minor.
All you on, yes.
There!
Sucker!
Shizuna!
There!
Let's do this!
Activating skill.
The floor's yours, Van!
Now!
We're done!
I won't lose!
Interesting.
Sucker!
Which means the PC version lets you rebind the controls.
I can live with this.
Great going on, yes?
Ah. Well. Look at that. Basically got all the treasure chests in the game outside of the Marian Garten. Interesting.
Looks like the gang's all here.
Let's begin, shall we? If we act now, we can win.
Oh, jeez. Okay.
Now we're talking.
Let's reduce the shit out of that.
Make it count, Van.
Holy crap. There we go. Oh yeah, I should also mention I got the octuple
That went great.
You're a true professional, Van.
trophy from the Garten by replaying one of the floors.
Have some of this!
Now we can move
I forget exactly which floor it was, but it was one one of the Garten's bosses, the one where you have like those eight creatures. I didn't even think about it. I just was like, yeah, I'm just gonna ask Kraft and be done with it. Then the trophy popped, and I was like, oh, there was 8 of them. Okay. I wasn't even going for it. Oh, that reminds me. I forgot to show off the results of my grinding. Whoops.
It should be safe for now.
Great going on, yes?
Next time I hit a save point, I'll show that off.
Let's begin, shall we? If we act now, we can win.
Keep it up! Show me what
Frick.
you got, Silverblade! Have some more!
It's time.
Activating skill.
Now.
There we go.
All in a day's work.
Perfect as always, Ren.
I kinda. I kinda did some leveling in the Garten,
Get to work!
and mostly because I was just curious. Because I was like, you know what, I will do some leveling in the Garten, try it out.
There.
I didn't do a lot of grinding. I was just clearing some of the earlier floors and getting some stuff done. And I now have every single character's costume, that non-DLC costume. And oh yeah, that's oh, I forgot to mention that too. Holy crap! Okay. Frickin' fun. Okay. But yeah, so what I did, so here's the other thing. And while I'm mentioning the Garten,
Let's get a move on.
and while I'm mentioning the Garten, I should also point out, yeah, I've actually decided that I don't like the Garten, like, at all. Like, yeah, exactly. That is exactly my problem with it, Raxor. It is completely underbaked. Like, literally, all you have to do, all they would have to do to make it good is literally just copy and paste the Reverie Corridor. Or complete with the droplets and divine waters. Utters. All you do is you just chop the numbers down by half. Half for the droplets, and bam! Copy and paste, basically. Now, I know this game was rushed, so maybe that wasn't feasible. But it feels like it's not even a tenth of how much fun the Reverie Corridor was to go through. This game is not getting a Zen of leveling positive. Now, it's obviously not going to get a grind negative, because that's not how that works. Lacking the Zen of the Zen of leveling, excuse me, lacking the Zen of leveling does not mean you're a grind fest. That's never how that works. It's just usually a game that is grindy doesn't usually, and that's exactly what I mean. In Raxor, this is not a grindy game. Not really. There is no actual grind that you have to do.
Shard boost opportunity available.
Unless, of course, you know, you're just trying to get everything maxed out and everything. Then there's a bit of grind. But even then, it's like, not really.
There. All you on, yes.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Because, you know, I don't like the Garten. Doesn't mean, and it's not fun to level in this game. But that doesn't make it grindy, because I don't need to level. I can just rush through things.
Activating skill. Activating skill.
The floor is yours, Van.
Yeah. Yeah, and that's another thing that kind of makes me cock an eyebrow, because
Boost gauge limited.
Nice. Moving on up.
The more experience I gain, the more capable I'll become.
the Garten is just not fun to go through. Is been my point, and it's mostly because the rewards are just not worth it. The Reverie Corridor in Trails into Reverie was basically like a constant, you were constantly getting rewarded. You know, it was like bam, reward, bam, reward, bam, reward, bam, reward. The Garten, it feels like you do not get rewarded for even going through the earlier things.
Certain arts will prove most effective.
Going all in.
Really? The post game wasn't even a like I wouldn't. I would not. I would cut them some slack on the post game being half baked if the post game was you know there from the start. But 6 months later, oh, we might be giving negatives for the post game if it's literally just nothing but more of the same. so I'll be seeing if they do anything different with the Garten. Because if they do, cool. If not, negatives for post-game, because, yeah, no. Now, it taking place in the Garten, and that's, you know, that's, no, that's not negative worthy by itself. Oh, come on. Oh, come on.
I need to heal up soon.
That was fucking bullcrap.
You're open.
Yeah. Like, if it was literally just the same Garten gameplay we've been experiencing for, you know, insert number of hours here, that would piss me off, admittedly. Yeah. Well, then we're gonna play it by ear, because...
It's time. Your move, Divine Blaze. A chance.
I'm not exactly a fan of the idea of... Well, you know what? Let's just look at my negatives that I gave the Garten. I'll just read out my Garten negatives, because I know I jotted them down. Where is it? Or did I not do that? Oh no, here it is. I've been chewing it. I'll just go ahead and read it out to you. I've been chewing on this for a while, but the Marhen Garten is not well done at all. At first, it seems fine, but then it gets boring and repetitive real fast. This is the epitome of what Lore Runner calls Dragon Age 2 syndrome. Namely, it's fun, it has fun but shallow gameplay, that gets old after a while. It's so bad that I gave the Garten a triple negative. Now, Raxor, you are saying you would give a triple. Are you meaning to the Garten, or to the post game, or to both? That is my question on that.
Looks like a chest.
To the Garten? Okay.
Want to rest up here?
Okay. So, to quickly show off what I did, so I did a couple of sessions of getting a bunch of shards and analyzing a bunch of cubes. This is what Van's loadout looks like right now. This is on Yes's loadout. Note, Ren's, Shizuna's, Kincaid, Katra, I think, is either the only one or one of like two that is other than Leon and Celise that are still at still haven't completed their level 1 tier, their first tier. This is what Elaine's looking like. Oh, I guess Aaron was the other one, and Anya and Fairy. Huh? I figured as much. I guess I was wrong. Judith is looking like this. Oh wow, I did actually finish the level 1 tiers for both of them. Huh. Swin's there, Nadia's there. This is what, oh geez, and Reset's like that too. I managed to finish off the first tier with the Grindel's Olga, which is kind of funny in that regard. But Raxor wants me to go to the cube for a second. Yeah. Alright.
Okay, it's time for some fun.
Not a lot of it, because, yeah.
Anything you want?
Oh. There we go. I didn't even realize there was a thing here. But this is all the stuff that can be acquired from here. So powders and drums capsules are secret rares. There's all of the skill stones and droplets are rare. All of the gem cards are rare. I still have faceplate Zypha data and image cover Zypha data. Ready to go. Oh, if I'm reading this correctly. I can't switch to... Can I not switch to Lapis yet? Looks like no.
Looks like you've gathered some tokens, huh?
Nope. Nope. It's mirror all the way. I didn't even know you could. But yeah. Also, for the Garten, I basically cleared all of the floors that I hadn't yet up to 3 times. So I cleared floor 2 two additional times, floor 3 2 additional times, floor 4 2 additional times, 5 and 6 both 2 additional times. And yeah, it yeah. Wow, with that on my party. But anywho, let's get the mid boss out of the way so that way we can finish this off. Oh, look who it is.
Fancy meeting you here, my friends. It's good to see the former Angel Boy is doing better than when I last saw him.
Uh-huh.
What?
Oh, come the hell on.
What are you 3 doing here?
Great.
Other than wasting our
It's the world's
time.
most hateable trio.
It's been a full month since our last encounter with them.
You must have used the girl's shadow powers to force your way in here.
Why, yes. That and a little help from our dear Retzi.
She's always had a soft spot for you. And why that is, I'll never understand.
You know, I was wondering the same thing as them. Why are we here? Their fight literally has nothing to do with us.
You're kidding me, right? You're literally telling me that this fight is just here for the sake of having a boss fight. Oh my god. I mean, I would be more angry if this wasn't completely in character for Harwood. Like, it's completely in fucking character for him. Oh, yeah, don't even get me started on
Funny,
that again.
I had the same exact thought. Is there any point to us being here?
Well, no, but well, okay. Let me try that again. Is there anybody who was being here other than Blue Wolf bitching about more fake drama bullshit again? And hey, don't fucking rope me into this, Yorda. I'm not here to call all fake drama bullshit. The shit that started this dungeon, that was fake drama bullshit. You guys showing up? That's just Harwood wanting a good time. And honestly, I can't blame him.
We fulfilled our contract a month ago. Give me one good reason why I shouldn't teleport us out right now.
Oh, don't be like that, kiddos. I'm trying to help you experience life's greatest pleasures, and those are often found off the beaten path. Now then, we have quite an ensemble here, and I can't think of a more fitting stage to close out this little play of ours. I wanted to make one last appearance before we take a bow, so I thought it'd be fun if I served as the opening act to this grand finale.
The nerve of him.
I mean, let's face it, the second we saw him, we should have known what this was about, Elaine. I mean, come on now.
Thanks, but we don't need an opening act. We're fired up enough without your help. Ooh, I remember him from when I was being controlled. He's scary. Yeah, that's putting it mildly. That whack job is the king of creepy.
I took a look at the report on what happened at Nemeth Island. Procurement and attempted use of biochemical weapons are serious charges. You won't be getting off with a mere slap on the wrist.
Oh dear. I suppose that means my free pass for helping take down Almata has already expired.
I mean, you kind of voided it out when you used biochemical weapons, my dude. Come on now.
Well, our little pact was just about over anyway. Which means things will start to heat up soon.
Well aware, and we'll be ready.
I see. He must be talking about the bilateral non-intervention pact my father made with the Grand Master of Ouroboros.
I can't believe the leader of an entire nation would strike a deal with some faceless organization.
I mean, it was more like Gramhart, as I pointed out, multiple times now, was him calling up Ouroboros and saying, "Don't fuck with Calvert." In a power move that was so impressive, the Grandmaster had to take a step back and go, "The fuck?" That's interesting.
Whatever. That ain't our concern. You two can work that stuff out on your own time. Anyway, let me get one thing straight. You're here because you're bored, right? Need a bit of excitement now that your Nemeth Island circus act is over? Well, we don't got time to mingle with shit stirrers like you. So let's just get this over with.
Damn, you guys are in a bad mood, but that just makes me want to push your buttons even more.
We've got more people this time. Ugh, this is going to be a real pain.
That's fine by me. As they say, no pain, no gain. Take that to heart. Think of this as your final trial. Show me some fancy moves out there, kiddos.
Oh, really? It's about time.
Hell frickin' yeah! Now I'm fired up!
They've got that killer glint in their eyes. If you stand in our way, we'll cut you down to size.
I might as well sample a bit of that poison you're so famous for.
You're going to pay for what you did to me on Nemeth Island. This time, I'll fight you with my own power. The power that my friends helped me attain.
Ren has... I have had just about enough of you at this point. It's about time you got a dose of comeuppance, and I'll be the one to deliver it!
We'll see about that. All right, it's showtime. Let's boogie.
And Blue Wolf, if you're, doing what I...
Enjoy the encore performance.
We passed this final exam with flying colors!
Guess I gotta put in a little effort here.
Sorry. And Blue Wolf, if you could do us all a favor and refrain from that negative you're thinking about out until after this, that would be nice. Yeah, alright, fine. I'll wait until after this fight to give your little your fucking underlings things that are negative. You're already resorting to that?
It's time.
Here we go.
I've barely even moved.
Now we're talking.
Counting on you, season up.
Also, no buffs. Oh, for fuck's sakes. Wow, really? I mean, okay.
Take your seat.
I'll counter with that one then.
To heal up soon. Van!
Oh, right. This thing. Let's do that.
How about snack time?
Ugh, really?
I'll give just
Your turn.
Time for a little payback.
Okay. Now I need...
Yeah. Appreciate it.
Okay, is anybody else suffering from that?
One moment.
No, looks like.
Counting on you, season up.
Your move!
Time for a mix.
Sneaking up.
There's nowhere to run!
Time for a little payback.
Shard boost opportunity available.
Don't take your eyes off the enemy.
He's breaking the oats.
For you! I'll give it just for you.
A chance.
How about this?
I think I'll try this.
Of course. Alright, well.
Release! Your move, Divine!
Oh, god damn it.
Time for a little payback.
These guys love using the... this battle is all about the S breaks, apparently. Or the S crafts, apparently.
The floor's yours, Van.
Let's get out of her stupid hellhole.
You're up.
Dance for me, what?
There we go.
For you!
Not
Shit.
Lay on the hurts.
Well, that sucks.
Third place.
Time for a mixture.
Your move, Divine Blade!
We're just gonna do that.
This shit's hard.
now we're talking.
I might have lost this one.
It's time.
And you don't have that. Okay, then I need to heal Agnes.
Lay on the
I'm seeing them.
saved me.
Oh, of course. Of course you're gonna immediately jump to that. Fuck off.
I'm so...
Please, your turn.
Wow.
Gotcha!
Here I go. They're stuck. Forgive me, everyone.
Lay on the hurt.
Really?
I'll remember this.
Ugh. That's annoying. Of course you're gonna continue to reflect.
Let's all take it up a notch.
We'll win.
You people suck.
Aaron.
They're down!
That's it.
Keep up, Lancer!
Come on.
I won't fight.
Oh, that again.
Don't screw with me!
Okay, it's only her.
Keep going!
This is stupid.
I'll give just
Or he did? Oh, then I read that wrong. Shit.
Now or never.
All right.
Take that.
Yeah. This could have been a fuck of a lot worse, admittedly.
Starting to feel heavy.
Oh, of course he gets fucking multiple turns. Why wouldn't he?
easy now. I'm not looking to ruffle any feathers.
Thank you.
Little fucking late for that, asshole. Reflect, 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 reflect.
Do you mind
Take
away?
that.
Yeah, my sincere thanks.
I'll give just I'll give just
Don't be sorry for that.
God damn it.
easy now. I'm not looking to ruffle any feathers.
You're up, Baron.
Really? Okay, I'm gonna have to steal that.
Too slow!
Missile cut.
Okay.
Now.
Fine.
We'll win.
I look at Slaughter. Nina reveal was interesting.
Relax. There's no rush.
But yeah, as Raxor points out, oh fuck off. As Raxor points out, the scene right after was a bunch of bullshit. Just like this. Fuck.
There.
Alright, we're just gonna do that. The hopes will. Of course we didn't. I've lost this because he's getting 4,000 fucking turns in a single go. Just why not?
I hope you enjoy the art.
Oh, shut up already.
Pass this final exam with flying colors.
Guess I gotta put in a little effort here.
Okay, fuck it. We're just gonna start with it.
Let's stay on the offensive.
Here goes.
Okay. Now I'm getting multiple turns. I mean, thanks, but... of course you're gonna fucking do that.
Vitals dropping. Remain vigilant.
Uh-huh. Looks like it's just her, at least.
Activating skill.
Oh, I should have removed the...
Now we're talking.
Alright, well... That can go away. Of course you can fucking use that immediately after.
Here I go.
Wait. Am I using items between retries? Because I could have sworn I had 8 before the retry and... Hey.
Pull out all the stops.
Now then.
Here I go.
Bring it on.
More like Van wasn't trying to meet the final boss by himself. Elf was blindsided by it, and then everybody treated it like he was.
The floor's yours, Vin. Now we're talking.
Oh fuck! I forgot about that. That.
Snack time. I'm motivated now. No waiter? Way to fire me up.
Just.
Damn, this shit's hard.
Now then.
I'll take you on.
Stay on guard. Grant them light. Lay on the hurts.
Activating.
We're just gonna do that.
I think we can do better. Let's all take it up a notch.
Boost gauge limiter released.
This.
My move now.
Oh, of course.
Counting on you, season
I hate this fucking fight. And then you go right back into it.
Sneaking up.
This crap.
Way to fire me up.
I won't fight.
A chance. Stay on guard. There. Ren.
Energy at maximum. Activating skill.
Oh, fuck you.
Now we're talking. Blink. This is stupid.
This is gonna be a rough one.
all you on, yes.
It'll be all right.
All right.
Here goes.
40 fucking immediately goes into the thing. Or I could just kill him.
Bravo.
Whichever. Ugh. Fuck that fight. That fight sucked. you know, it's not even so much that they spammed the S-crafts, which they actually didn't if you paid attention. They literally only used one S-craft one per S-craft. That was, literally. They actually didn't spam the S-crafts. It was the, here, I'm gonna randomly get 4,000 fucking turns because screw you. And Harwood constantly putting up the reflect. They actually were, the S-craft usage was actually their fairest usage of anything. Yeah, exactly. Where's my freaking Laura domination combo when I need it? Except even that would be nerfed in this game. But anyways. They might have, but like I swear I only saw them the twins use their S-craft once per try, if I'm honest. Like, the twins literally were not actually being cheap assholes. It was all Harwood, literally. Like, the twins literally were like, yeah, we're just gonna not be assholes this time. Harwood was like, well then it's my turn to be a fucking asshole. Reflect, 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 reflect. Heck, 5 turns in a row. Yeah, I guess I did get lucky, Raxor, because yeah, they really were not spamming. They really were not spamming it. But the fact of the matter is you're confirming for me that they can. So that's gonna be a whole lot of yeah, no. So there we go. Okay, moving on.
Damn you! Don't screw with me, you shitheads!
You know, yeah, iteration number 12. Yeah. All right. No. You know what? No. Let's at least view their final scene, and then I'll decide how many negatives these little shits deserve.
Language, ix, and volume. Not that I don't share your sentiments.
One, he's been screaming like that the whole fucking game. 2, he's been cussing like that the whole fucking game. 3? Fuck you!
Even with them being totally outnumbered, they still put up a good fight. Those two really are something.
What a bummer. I really wanted to knock them down a peg, and bringing them to heel would have done the trick. Bring them to heel?
I'm guessing that's not a phrase she picked up on in school.
That was incredible. You really do know how to show an old man a good time. But like I said earlier, we're just the opening act.
Uh-huh.
Are you serious? Again?
Stop running away!
You guys give new meaning to the word coward. Oh well. In a way, I'm glad you guys showed up when you did. Better here than at the finish line. You won't be able to get in our way later, because you'll be too busy licking your wounds.
Huh. Fair point.
They could have shown up at the worst possible moment and spoiled everything. That's very much the sort of thing they do.
About that. After my recent exploits, I received a bit of a tongue lashing, so I won't be stepping too far out of line for the time being. Anywho, a promise is a promise. Ix Eldarion, Yorda Eldarion. I hereby pronounce you shared owners of the title of Enforcer number 20.
Interesting.
It's the third number from the last. I hope you'll enjoy dancing at the end of our strings.
Hell yes!
Third
We
from
hit
the
third
last?
time! Sucks having to share a number, but who cares?
Yeah, I don't mind that part so much. I'm just excited to have some freedom for a change.
Ah, fuck off, the both of you. That's an interesting point. Interesting idea. I would give so many negatives for that. Anyways, let's just get on with it.
Seems like your betrayal was short-lived. Now you're right back into the fold.
I mean, yeah.
And you're adding new members to the Enforcer's ranks. It's been 2 years since we confirmed the existence of Enforcer number 19.
You just had to drag those kids down with you. You really are the worst, Harwood.
Why, thank you, my dear Ren. Now it's time we exited stage left. Let's hope this doesn't end with your demise.
Bye-bye! Next time we're totally blowing your faces off.
Try not to die, because we want to be the ones to slaughter you.
Ugh. All right. Now I just gotta decide. Now I need to think about this for a second. Do I give them negatives together, or do I give them negatives separately? because I don't like the twins. I'm just gonna go ahead and say that bluntly. They've kind of been outlasting their welcome. I think I'm gonna give one negative for the both of them. Is what I'll do. I won't be that petty. Yeah. Well, that's why I had to think about it out at Raxor, because on the one hand, it's like, yeah, I don't like them. But on the other, it's like, they're not actually that bad. Even separate or apart, or together, really. So, I'm going to go ahead and say 1 overall. Well, you know what? I'm actually going to leave... Actually, I'm going to leave Yorda out of it. I'm actually going to leave Yorda out of it, now that I'm thinking about it. Because you know what? Yorda's not actually my problem with the twins. Ix is the entirety of my problem with the twins, now that I'm thinking about it. Because he's the fucking irritating one. I think I agree with Lucas Slaughter. I don't think Yorda deserves a negative, actually. Or to even be a part of a negative. Whoops. No. Oh, and I'm doing this in the wrong spot, too. Here. So, yeah. I won't be petty. But now that I'm... well, okay. Alright, so we established that Yorda is staying out of the negatives entirely. I don't think she's good enough for a positive, but I'm not going to give her a negative. Ix, on the other hand, really does piss me off. So the question is, how many am I going to give? Actually, what's funny, although... 2? 2? I could see 2 negatives for X, yeah. I could. Because the thing is that Ix suffers from the same problem as a lot of other characters of his type. He's full of himself. Like, so full of himself that it just makes me want to smack him. Yeah, every time he's been on screen, and it has been him. Because that's why I backed off of the Yorda thing, because I was like, wait a minute. Because the more I thought about it, the more I was like, no, Yorda's not the problem. It's X that's the problem. Yeah, if I had to guess, I would say sometime next year. Here, for Kai. But yeah, the more I think about it, the more I think about it, Yorda was actually kind of... I think it was just I got sick of them, and that's why Yorda was even remotely in consideration. But no, the more I think about it, Ix actually is the more irritating. So yeah, I think 2 is justified for the amount of negatives that Ix should get. So yeah, I'm gonna go with 2 for now. I'm gonna go with 2 for X because yeah, X is not a good character. He overstays his welcome. He's an arrogant piece of shit, and I mean no disrespect to the voice actor, but god damn. But god damn is he freaking yeah, I mean no disrespect to the voice actor. He was clearly told to make this character irritating, and he succeeded. He did. You know, intentionally annoying is still annoying, as I put in the document. I don't hate X. I don't hate the voice actor for X. I hate X, but I don't hate his voice actor. His voice actor was told to be an annoying little brat, and he did his job. Maybe just a little too well, if I'm honest. But yeah. Ugh. Moving on.
What is their problem?
I feel you, really. But you may as well be yelling at a brick wall. Ugh. It's like they were deliberately trying to get on our nerves. They were so not cute.
They even forced Blue Wolf to continue to not be cute.
Their names, on the other hand, get my seal of approval. I give Yorda a 91 and Ix a 78.
Are you ever going to tell us the criteria? Everything that happened on the island, I couldn't help but be a little anxious. Maybe I should have laid into him a bit more.
Personally, I think you did fine, Catra. I agree. I'd even say you were great.
Besides, it's not like he would have listened or cared. What's important is that you beat him at his own game and made him look like a fool.
I suppose you're right.
They may have delayed us, but now there is nothing else standing in our way.
Right. If anything, it made for a fine warm-up.
Ready to beat feet, Van?
Yeah. It's about time we wrap this up.
Yeah. Unfortunately, we still have the post game to go, but I get the sentiment.
That jackass lives to stir shit up. Are we sure he doesn't have anything to do with the Genesis?
He must have had some aim he was trying to achieve.
I wouldn't overthink it. It's as Aaron says. He simply takes pleasure in stirring the pot. Still, it's nice to know he finally got a proper scolding for his incessant mischief.
That hits the spot.
Ooh, that's actually not bad. There we go.
Let's get to work.
We can win right now. Now we're talking. Release.
Counting on you, Season.
A chance. Ha! Ha! Have it. It's time.
Activating skill.
Sucker!
Activating skill.
Okay.
All in a day's work.
Couldn't have done it without you, Ren.
Looks like a chest.
God damn it.
We can win right now.
Oh, wait.
Show me what you got, Silverblade.
Keep it up. It's working.
Oh, I've been doing that, Lucas Slaughter. Of course I've been doing that. Every one of my subs for like the past year have been going towards Lore's run of trails. All 3 blocks that are currently on the books, because no reason to put the frickin' Calvard arc on his books just yet. Let's actually get some runs going before we start putting that one on there.
That was some fine fighting, Van.
Hell, that's also why I haven't put Reverie on the list, because Reverie is one game.
Should we get to work?
And there's no way in hell I want there's no one in the right mind would want him to review Reverie before reviewing anything else.
You're up, Ren.
That would just be disastrous. We're talking about the lore runner, Raxor. Because I still use my Twitch subs towards him, and his review of Trails is currently being funded. He's got a different funding system than me, completely. Mine is like the funding system he had originally. I'm small enough that that actually makes sense. Yeah. And that's that's why it's only 25% funded, is because it's such a complicated system, because it's a priority system. That's why it takes forever and 9 billion years for something to get funded, because the more people that show interest in a run, the faster a run gets funded, is the way his system works. Yeah, if it was just money, honey, I would be slowly doing that myself. And yeah, that's why I took the time to explain it, Raxor. Or, because I know you don't watch him.
Now we're talking.
Like, it would take substantially less time for, say, 20 people to fund a run, as opposed to one person funding a run, and with the same amount of money, is basically how his system works.
I can live with this.
Nice job, Agnes.
Each person that puts money towards a run basically multiplies. It basically multiplies the priority. I don't know the exact formula. He said it at one point and I forgot. Because it's a really complex as hell formula. But yeah, it's a system that has worked wonders for him over the years.
You're next,
Because the reason he had to make his funding system so complex was because runs were getting funded faster than he could run them. At one point, he had a queue that was, well, I'll put it to you like this: 4 times bigger than, at bare minimum. No, actually, I'm wrong. Like 5 times bigger than my queue is right now. And for the record, my queue, well, I say queue, but it's my schedule. You might as well call it my schedule. Let's see. My queue is currently 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. Oh, 19. Okay. So it's about 20 games. Monster Hunter Stories 2 is next, Raxor. Yeah, that's true. Because the queue doesn't expand by 10 games every time he turns around, and the queue shrinks. It is able to actually shrink. You know? And I'm actually wrong. My queue is at 20 games right now. Oh, so it'd be more accurate to say, yeah, that, oh no, yeah, 5 sounds about right, actually. About 5 times. Because it was just insane. The problem was that it was never shrinking below 5 times what my queue is now. And that was what was kind of slowing him down ridiculously, other than the MMO runs. Also, for the record, as Lucas Slaughter brings up, that's the other reason why I'm not gonna ever review a frickin' MMO. Because I don't feel like spending 3 months of my life on an MMO, reviewing an MMO.
All in a day's work.
Because it's like, at that point, it's like, no, I'm going to point you towards the person who can actually do an MMO properly, review an MMO properly, because, one, he actually engages with MMOs. And even then, the MMO pool for his reviews is basically, at this point, just the WoW any new WoW and FF14 expansions. Now that I think about it, because I think I think he declared that that was it. WoW is like the last time he's gonna do a full-on MMO for a review. Correct me if I'm wrong on that, Lucas Slaughter, but I'm pretty sure that's what he said.
There we go.
My turn now.
There! It's time!
Okay.
There!
Okay. Wow, really? Now just to taunt me. Oh, fuck you.
It's time!
Shard boost opportunity
Oh.
available.
Oops. Oh, well, whatever.
It should be safe for now.
Well,
You were a
well.
great help in
What
that
a nice
fight,
little
August.
chest.
Okay. That was annoying. We got through it, but it was still annoying. I'm just gonna skip over to the trash mobs now, because...
Shall we?
No. I want to get on with it. God damn it, get out of my way.
My, what a crowd.
Don't care about no damn crowd. Ow.
Ooh, now they'd make for a fun fight.
Yeah, I don't care. Ow. Oh, fuck off already!
Shard boost on certain arts will prove most effective.
Go away.
All in a day's work.
Impressive as always, Shizune.
Oh, goodies for the taking. Yes, I can feel it. An incredible power is welling up just beyond here. It's awaiting our arrival.
It's the source of this spatial distortion. No, of all these incidents.
We'll put an end to it this time. Let's do this, everyone!
Well, well, what a nice little chest.
Hope Emerald. Delay, slow, and stat down, prevented 100%. Crit and evasion, +9. Might as well just do that. Yeah, at this point, I'm just...
That looks like a nice chest.
Zerom capsule. I'm not sure what I think of this final dungeon, if I'm
That
honest.
looks like a nice chest.
I think I'm gonna say wash to this dungeon because there's nothing really irritating, but nothing really interesting about it either. The dungeon design has been pretty good for the most part, but at the same time, it's not as impressive as Daybreak 1's dungeon design was, which kind of dragged. Yeah.
Is that what I think it is? Yes, it must be at the top of these stairs.
This is our last fight. Let's make sure we're ready before we head on up. Whew, that hits the spot.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Finally, we're at the end. Let's finally bring this... Alright, I'm gonna actually AFK for a bio break, then we're gonna finish this, finally. I'll be right back. Okay, so now that Alright. With that, let's finally bring this to an end. Once and for all.
It's the lights from the 7 Genesees.
So their power was here all along. Or rather,
The essence of their power. It's been extracted, allowing the Genesees to act autonomously.
that seems like an apt enough description to me. And look at what's inside of the man in front of us.
Ah, the 8th Genesis. The centerpiece of all that's happened these past 2 months.
So you've come, Van Arkwright. And you brought the other fixers with you, along with a few fresh faces.
Well, you were the one who told me to be in front of Treon Tower at 4:30 p.m. I'm probably a little late, but hey, time's frozen. Nice when technicalities work in your favor.
Yeah, I suppose you get a pass.
The hell? He's talking like a normal-ass person now.
Well, aside from the demonic reverberation anyway.
Yeah. Though, why do I get the feeling I've heard that voice before?
You're right. It sounds familiar.
Yeah, I hear it too. And when he speaks, I can feel my chest tighten.
Then, is he someone you all know? Or is it possible then?
Maybe we know him too. You do know him. But I can't reveal who he is.
Okay, stop fucking cock-blocking us with that game. Like, are you fucking for real?
Since we're in close proximity of the 8th, maybe you can call out to her now, Van.
Good point. Mare!
What took you so long? You have no sense of urgency. You made me sit there in the background for ages, and then you replaced me? Your name was Lapis, right? While I appreciate your help up to now, I've got everything under control. So why don't you buzz off?
Fine, fine. You can have Van back. I was simply repaying what I owed. Now hush. You're interrupting a very important conversation.
Yeah, you actually kind of are, Mare.
Whoa. LP just shut her down. She's like her older sibling.
Well, while that certainly is cute, we really should get back to the subject at hand.
Yes,
right.
Please.
I hope you all know how much I appreciate your help. Thanks to you guys, I can finally put this 4SPG to bed.
Van.
First things first. Let's see if my suspicions are right on the mirror. Can't move forward until we do that, right?
Correct. Just as the smallest units of matter have their own particles and waveforms. My existence is ever in a state of flux. It cannot be validated without first being observed. You must determine my identity without relying on your lauded sense of smell.
Fair.
Fair enough. As soon as I got your message this morning, I knew for sure that you were C. We're positive that you aren't the first or second C. Testimony from the people who knew him makes that clear as day.
Yeah.
Now then, there was something that stuck out to me when I was going over the notes again. The warnings there were stated so plainly, I couldn't get a bead on who could have written them. That's the mark of a real pro, a pro who specializes in multiple fields, writing, among others.
Okay. Yeah, we've been over this.
Multiple fields? Wait.
Oh, I get it now.
And that's when it hit me. There's only one person I know who has such an annoying attention to detail. When that thought came to mind, I immediately said to myself, there's no way. But after learning the Garden Master's true identity, fighting through hell and back during that coup, and seeing people be recreated by the 8th Genesis, I couldn't entirely dismiss the idea.
A deceased revolutionary, clinging to existence like a parasite.
And the Genesees recreating versions of Jin and Kilika, who were almost like abstractions.
Not bad. However, there is still one small thing you failed to pick up on. If I am who you believe me to be, then tell me, what reason would I have to hide behind the name C? Why would I adopt an ill-conceived alias used by those who operated in the shadows of Crossbell and the Empire?
That's the easy part, actually. There's a reason you chose the name C in particular, outside of needing a convenient smokescreen. And that reason has less to do with the name itself, and more to do with its placement in the alphabet. You picked C because it would conceal your real initials, while also falling right in between them.
I never considered that.
The alphabet? The letters before and after C would be...
B and D. I don't believe the order matters in this particular instance.
Yeah. So, here's our answer. About time you showed your face. Dingo Brad.
Huh. Somehow that actually makes a large degree of sense now that I'm thinking about it.
You get a passing mark, Van. You not only ascertained my true identity, but also the reason I chose the name C. Now you can bear witness to my true form, a mere shard-based replica, the shadow of my old self. You, on the other hand, are the same as ever. You may be a year older, but time hasn't smoothed your rough edges.
Yeah, whatever.
I feel like I just walked into a retirement home. Still.
I did have my suspicions. But even now, I still can't wrap my head around all this.
The idea of him being the third scene never even crossed my mind. So, he's a shard replica?
Does that mean... No. I thought that may have meant the real Dingo was still with us. But that isn't the case, is it?
Nope. He really is dead.
I'm not of this world anymore. As you already know, my life ended when Cray Village ceased to be. Unlike the immovable and the flying swallow, this form wasn't created based on a pre-existing body.
Yeah.
The circumstances surrounding its creation run parallel to what happened to that Basel professor, and are a direct result of what transpired in Cray.
Did you say Basel? Do you mean Professor Callahan?
Mm-hmm. Professor Douchebag.
His memories and personality were converted into an AI by the 5th Genesis.
I've reviewed the footage of the Cray incident countless times over, but even I never once considered the possibility of it sparking a convergence.
Is that... really what happened?
Van...
Aptly put, Mr. Presidential Aide. When the end had arrived, I resigned myself to my fate. But in those last few moments, I felt a pang of regret. Despite how I viewed myself, I knew there were others who cared for my well-being, who would mourn my passing. Had I anticipated Dante's intentions, I could have saved everyone. By not doing more for those people, I committed an egregious sin. That moment of overwhelming shame and self-loathing was the origin point, where my observed existence was absorbed into the network.
That's unbelievable.
Melchior had connected the legacy, which happens to be an observation device, to the Orbital network. And that meant your consciousness had been stored in the core of the 8th Genesis.
The pieces are slowly coming together.
All in a split second? Wait, no. Time isn't really an issue here, is it? Right. If Elysium was tasked with completing the convergence, for example, it would have taken it about 10 seconds to do the job. And if it had the power of the 8th Genesis backing it up,
It'd take 2 seconds at most, probably even less. The 8th is a special piece of work. After all, it acts as the core of the...
There's that garbled bullshit again. That isn't important right now, though.
Long story short, the 8th is the reason you're here.
And while residing within the core, you sent Van a warning about the Revolution Festival. Then sometime after that, you fell into the Garden Master's clutches, who made you into his Crimson Beast.
You've got it. As a result, I killed many gangsters and special ops troops. At first, he had me dancing to his tune, marching in step. But gradually, I was able to wrestle control back from him, and by Nemeth Island, I was free of his influence. Believe you me, playing the part of his silent, subservient pet from then on was no easy task.
Look at you, being all humble.
Yeah, you fooled us pretty good. Ever consider taking up acting as a career?
That explains why you tried to warn us, even through all that.
I guess looks aren't the only thing you've got going for you. No wonder Boss leaned on you so much.
Huh? He did?
Yeah, like we said before, our boss has a bit of a checkered history. He met an informant shortly after entering the Republic 2 years ago. That man became a benefactor of sorts for him.
We never met him in person, but I think they talked over comms. He said he had his eye on you because of how active you were behind the scenes during the war.
I'll admit, I was taken aback when he reached out to me. I prepared some false IDs for him, and we both wreaked a bit of havoc here and there. But that was all part of my job as an informant. I believe benefactor is a bit of a misnomer.
Well, he was grateful to you all the same.
You must be lying out of your ass. Nobody's that cool.
He has an interesting background indeed, and I'm not the least bit surprised to hear it.
Alright, quit stroking his ego, everyone. Though, I ain't shocked to hear that you came back around on your own. Anyway, it's time we cut to the chase, Dingo. Actually, I think it'd be best if I called you what you are. A clone created by the 8th Genesis, the Grendel Zolga.
Yes, that's exactly who I am.
Right, you're not the real Dingo.
Yeah. Like the replicas of Jin and Kilika. I'm nothing but an imposter. A being whose only purpose is to observe, in accordance with the 8th Genesis' design. And that which the 8th Genesis is designed to observe is karma, the one thing in which humanity, by its very nature, cannot escape.
Karma is humanity's sin. In fact, it's the original sin.
Is he planning to fight us? Is that how he intends to settle this?
But why?
If he's like those Jin and Kilika clones, then there wasn't any other way this was gonna end.
Over those 3 days, you were exposed to an unsavory truth. Humanity is weak. Feed them a story that fits their premise of how things should be. And all ethics, morality, and bonds are readily cast aside. And in turn, there's no line they won't cross. Just look at Dante's, Melchior, and the overseers of the gardens.
Except, no, not everyone is going... I went over this when I was bitching out the corrosion plot point. No. Who? That is not human nature. I am so sick of JRPGs saying that. Human nature is not destruction. but we can be swayed if we're put in bad situations. And yeah, it's not just trails. It's not just trails. I'm sick of fiction in general saying that. I don't want to get into that, Lucas Slaughter, but the thing is, is that I feel like can people be swayed towards crap? Yes. Yes. It's like the old quote says, you know, the person is smart, but people are dumb, panicky animals. But the problem is that he's using the corrosion plot point as an example of anybody can be turned around. Except his argument is defeated by the fact that he literally had to use a corruptive magic to do that. No, I'm sorry. Hey. But Ashen, Maxim, Fairy, and Celise are not the same as Dante's and Melchior and all them. Because the Overseers of the Gardens and Dante's crew and all that, they were frickin' evil of their own fucking volition. Dante's is true evil. He had the opportunity to be pulled out of the darkness, and he told Van to go fuck himself. So, no.
Or even myself, a foolish man whose actions put Armada on the path to power. Naturally, not all will fall to sin, but the potential for it lies within everyone.
No, it doesn't. Not everyone. The potential to be swayed into it? Sure. But most people will pull out of it. If they have people to rely on. That's why humanity bands together. Social media is the corrosion. Ocean Lucas Slaughter, let's be real with that.
That weakness is humanity's original sin. One that the 8th Genesis was built to observe with vigilance. Its ceaseless observation persists. It has yet to truly be brought to an end. That's why I called you here, Van. To bring a decisive end to it.
A beast that devours sin. Huh.
Well, I do appreciate you going into a lot of detail about the request and all.
To be honest with you, Lucas Slaughter, I've always looked at it like this. Can people be easily swayed? Yes. But declaring we're self-destructive people, if we are really as bad as some fiction and some real-life people would claim, we would not have lasted through 2 world wars. We wouldn't have.
But I don't think any of us are looking to become your next meal. That'd make for a real shit ending if you ask me.
You and me both.
You don't mean...
Yes. The present you now know will soon be reconstructed. All the sins of those 3 days that you erased will come back into being. The forced reset is a byproduct of the Octgeneses. It is a retry method that can only be performed so many times. Its purpose is to achieve the desired observational outcome. Very soon, the other possibilities that were archived from past resets will be designated as the final observational outcome.
That's bullshit! Why did it have to come to this?
So you're telling me if we don't... So basically you're saying that if we don't kick your fucking ass, you're going to basically make the dead ends canon. Oh. I'm just gonna leave it alone.
No, that's not an outcome we're willing to accept!
Even if you say there's nothing we can do, we're not just gonna stand here and let that happen!
We dispelled those illusions and deceptions, all to attain the present we now reside in. While this may sound conceited, we will not let all our efforts go to waste.
Darn straight, this is one plot twist I'm definitely not on board with. No way, no how.
I'm getting a weird feeling of deja vu. Did my consciousness time travel? Again? I mean, I don't think it's FF10, but it,
I'm with
freaking Reset's thing about dispelling those illusions and deceptions. I feel like I've heard Reset say that before, and that's I don't know. It feels like that. Although, yeah, if I had to compare it to anything, it would be it'd be freaking the "Go fuck yourself, Unileska" bit.
you there. And if Ace were here, I'm sure he'd say the same thing.
Yeah! A future without S and LP is a future I don't want to live in. I don't want a future without me either. Don't make me go back to being all red and ugly.
I suppose another coup d'etat would cast a considerable pall over the festival. You may have aided me in the past, but I can't allow you to take this from us.
Don't expect things to play out in the way you're envisioning. Because I will not let that outcome come to pass.
I'm not about to let another coup d'etat come about. No matter what, I will prevent it. Miss Misarugi will require your aid.
You got it. For the record, I was planning to help out even without a contract.
We're facing a Genesis that observes sin. And you too, Dingo. I know you're being forced to carry out its function. I'm so sorry. But in order for us to hold on to our present, we have no choice but to fight.
And that is how it should be.
Okay, let's show him what the original Grendel is made of.
You read my mind. About time we got this 4SPG underway. Let's go, Grendel Zolga!
Very well. Then face me, Van Arkride.
Changed back to Mare. Cool. And apparently I have all of the... And apparently now I have all of the holocores. Okay.
Keep it up, it's working.
I would argue it's more like there's too many people to be completely corrupted, but that's beside the point. All right. What do we got here? Oh, of course. All right. Fuck it.
All you on this.
Hell, you know what? I'm just gonna start casting.
Activating drive.
Shard boost up.
Zypha, activate. Now we're talking. Gather. Let's go on, yes.
Here goes.
Yeah, of course.
You're up, friend.
Release! Shizuna!
Bring it on!
Good luck!
There.
There we go.
You're up, friend.
Shard boost opportunity available. Energy at maximum. Activating drive.
Shield!
I upgraded this for a reason. Nope. I checked. He does not have. He has no access to Grendel right now.
Let's do this, Ren.
Activating skill.
Chance.
Stay on
Yep.
guard.
Nope.
You're open.
You're up, friend.
Activating skill.
Now then.
Activating skill.
Well, start with yours.
Is this the extent of your power, Spriggan?
Boost gauge limiter released.
No, but it's just not letting me for some reason.
Down the shard field? That's how we'll be so powerful!
Can you do something about this, Bear?
I'm trying! Just hang in there a little longer, okay? Let me help!
Charge attack available. Boost gauge at maximum.
This is pretty unique. Oh, they thought of that. They thought of that.
Shard functionality restored!
We can turn it around.
Ow.
It's all ready to go.
All right. Let's redeploy the field.
Okay. Aw.
Way to fire me up.
Okay. Shoot.
It's working.
Okay, let's restore
Vitals
that.
dropping. Remain vigilant. Shard boost opportunity
There.
available.
We'll do that. Ah, of course.
Yeah. Way to fire me up.
I do like that. I do like that twist on that. That actually was kind of interesting. Like, wait, you're putting me in field combat for a bit? I mean, you realize that's a whole bunch of damage that the final boss is gonna rack up. Yeah, I'm gonna rack up on the final boss, right? It's not a challenge. That's a go have fun. Like.
Thanks, pal.
Let's do this, Ren. Yeah, you saved me.
Uh-huh.
A chance.
All right. Let's take a credit for Azure Sunray.
In this fight, it's devour or be devoured.
All you on, yes.
There we go.
The shard field is down again?
Lapis, we need it back up. Stack.
There we go. Nope, there we go. Like, what are you... Like, I'm sorry, but it's like... Were they trying to make this battle easy? Because, that's all they've done with this. I hope they know that. Damn it!
It's time.
Shard boost opportunity available. Certain parts will prove most effective.
Alright, we're gonna do that. Motherfucker! Okay, we're gonna do that.
You're up, friend. Here goes.
I just don't get what they were thinking with this. I really don't.
Show me what you got, Silverblade.
It was like, yes, let's make this fight stupidly easy.
Now it's my turn.
I mean, don't get me wrong. It's fun as hell, but it's like, what?
Keep it up. It's working. Zypha, activate. Make it count, Van. Yeah. Ren.
Activating skill.
Let's go.
Fuck. I've won. We're ending this with Grand Grenade.
Good evening, and welcome to my humble little tea party. Now close your eyes. Grenade!
Boost gauge limiter released.
If there's not a second form, I'm gonna be extremely disappointed.
He reverted?
Damn it! It's like what happened with that demon lord!
Even a shard barrier won't be enough, I fear.
Mare, I'll bear the nightmare.
Right. I'm on the case.
Van! Please, take care of Dingo!
A one-on-one, maybe? Nope. Everyone. Alright. Oh, really? You're really gonna do that? Alright,
I like where this is headed. Please!
Okay, so that's gonna be annoying. Wow.
I'll take you on!
Alright, I'm just gonna frickin' start casting. Because, yeah, this is just getting stupid.
There we go! Let's
Fuck. Okay. We're just gonna fully charge. Okay. Oh, god damn it. Ugh. Okay.
Yeah. I got you covered. Full boost. Don't hold back, Dan. Take this.
Let's just get rid of this one. Alright. Now, let's get rid of your crap.
Wilt, I don't like this, Dan. Boost gauge limiter removed.
I need to heal up soon. Grandpa!
Getting really sick of that.
I don't like this, Dan.
Now! Your move, Divine Blade!
Activating skills. Dan, are you okay? Now's your chance to boost, Dan.
Of course. It's not.
Is this it? For me?
What's going on?
Military garrison? We just go back 2 months in time?
Okay. That's not what I was. And I'll admit that was. Okay. It's just.
That's it. Don't stop now, Elaine.
I just.
Have some more. Chance.
Not letting you have that. That fuck off.
Where? What's Ida doing here? It's the Tyrant. We must be experiencing a scenario where we were unable to stop it.
Looks like anything's possible here. But I'm not about to be done in by a couple of imposters.
I'm not gonna roll over that easy. Put you back in your place as many times as it takes.
Well, this is dumb. I hate to say that so definitively, but yeah, no. This is just what the actual hell.
You've got this, Agnes.
This is a boss rush. This is the Mega Man boss rush, and for the first time,
Too slow.
I don't necessarily disagree, but I don't necessarily agree either. Either, if I'm honest. And that right there that you point out is the main reason why I'm like not just immediately giving this all the negatives and telling it to go fuck itself.
This is getting dangerous.
You know? Because it's sitting there and being like, here, we're gonna just we're gonna restore you after every round. Because we're not stupid enough to put you through a stupidly long gauntlet of bullshit without restoring you each time. It is thematic. And that's why I'm thinking this might be a positive and negative scenario. Because on the one hand, it's thematic and epic. On the other hand, I can I be done with this now? Because the game's kind of already overstayed its welcome.
I won't give up. There. I need to heal up soon.
Don't get cocked.
There.
You know, if I could, I would agree with that.
Oh, you've got to be shitting me.
The demonized forms of Melchior and Gerard Dantes.
These are the last faces I wanted to see. But it's okay. We're stronger than we were last time.
Right. Let's send these guys back to Gehenna. For good this time.
I
suggest we strike now.
Pressure him and move in.
I don't know. I find myself just not able to agree. Okay. I shouldn't say I completely disagree, but it's more like
Stop right there.
There's a caveat, you know? Where's that been the whole game? While we're on the subject.
Go, Catra.
There's been no shields.
Pressure him and move in.
Initializing drive.
I suggest we strike now.
Yeah, I almost would prefer that. Because then you could because then I could kind of make the argument of, oh hey, here's this interesting boss rush. You know, and with the refill every single time, that would also make it, you know, easier to swallow, because then I wouldn't be sitting here being like, wah, with it, you know?
May we proceed with caution?
I think I simultaneously like this and hate this at the same time. And I think that's ultimately where I'm coming down on this. I simultaneously do and do not like this.
Have some more. Reset.
Have some more.
turn, Judith.
You have something that stops things, is it?
Take care.
Ah, damn it. All right.
Forgive me, everyone.
Gotta get back on my feet. There.
Thanks.
Guess I've gotten rusty.
Well, I guess we're gonna see what happens when you fucking lose, cause yeah. And now he's just gonna spam clones and what the fuck was the point of that? Just finish me, damn it. Asshole. Alright. Let's see where the checkpoint is. Okay, it's per round. Okay. Yeah, the more I'm thinking about this, the more I'm like, yeah, no, I can't in good consciousness just give this a triple positive. I kind of wish I could, but no. I can't.
Stop right there.
I mean, I guess I could mark these on an individual basis. I could do that. Mark each round.
Going all in.
Because, I don't know. This doesn't even feel thematically appropriate.
Here's a little more.
Well, no, actually, no. Let me take that back. It is thematically appropriate. Because, again, the Grindelzolga's whole point was humanity fucking sucks. Look, so let's reiterate that point for the bajillionth fucking time in fiction because this game doesn't know how to fucking have proper writing. And apparently it doesn't know how to have a fucking fair boss fight either.
Here's my chance.
This is fucking bullfuck. Okay, I still have my Zeron powder, alright, so no, it didn't absorb it.
Thanks.
That's not good.
Well, you're seeing what it's fucking doing to me, Raxor.
Gotta get back on my feet.
I can barely keep up with this shit.
There.
Stop right there.
Go.
That's far enough.
I can barely move. Move, let alone fucking blink.
Forgive me, everyone.
Guess I've gotten rusty.
Okay. This is all over the place. Oh my fucking god. More like good old milk, you are fucking pissing me off.
Here's my chance.
Let's try doing that. Where the fuck was that one? Where's the fuck on? Where the fuck was that on Van? Calm down. Calm down. Let's not be that much of a dick.
Going all in. Yeah.
Hacker, your turn. It's go time.
Going all in.
Yeah, I am fucking tilted. This should, because you're right, this should be a fucking victory lap.
Here's a little more.
But, no. No, instead the game was like, no, I don't feel like giving Blue Wolf a victory lap. Instead, I'm gonna be a fucking asshat. And fuck him up constantly. There we go.
Raging.
Concentrate on one.
I won't lose.
Have some more.
Here's my chance.
Pressure him and move in.
Here's a little more.
You'll be sorry.
Chance.
Have some more.
Here goes.
Okay, we're finally back here.
That may have been the most irritating field trip I've ever been on.
But we overcame it, and now we're at the final sprint.
Let's wrap this up, you guys.
One last battle, and it's all over.
Now go beat the snot out of that guy.
All right, Dingo. It's about time we settle this. Let's pit my Grendel against yours.
Good luck. Take this.
I may have bit off more than I could chew. Your move, Divine Blade!
Let's just do that.
Let's go, Anya.
We'll do that.
Get going, man.
Ah, come on!
Way to fire me up. Let's do this, Red.
Certain arts will prove most effective.
Don't hold anything back. Good luck.
Oh, wonderful. So this is... So I still have to go deal with more bullcrap.
Take him out.
Let's just get it. Let's just do this.
Boost gauge limiter removed.
Uh-huh.
Pardon me. Time for a little payback.
Activating skill.
A chance. Activating drive. Stay on guard.
Yeah, I'm just gonna do it. Uh-huh. Oh, I know. It's actually what's pissing me off. Okay.
Time to pump it up!
Fucking status effects.
Now we're talking.
You saved me!
Probably not, but
I
whatever.
may have bit off more than I could chew.
Shard boost opportunity available.
Fuck it.
You saved me!
You're next, Anya!
Instead of falling further and further behind.
Now we're talking.
You know what? Yeah. No, not gonna waste it on that. We're actually gonna hit both of them. Okay. I ain't about to complain about that.
You're open. Now we're talking. Let's do this, Red.
I've got you covered. Full boost. Don't hold back, man. I got you, man.
Here goes! Take
Now we're talking. You're open.
I haven't turned the game off and snapped this yet, have I? Asshole. Okay, maybe that's a bit much, but like, show me your resolve. Shut up. Oh, of course. Gotta have the bullshit.
Way to fire me up.
Mana, gather upon me.
Release. Your move, Divine Blade. Let's go.
I don't think so! Radiant Sunray!
That final battle was a roller coaster. I've got a lot to type out. So I will type it all out, and I will do my best to explain myself. All right. Let's start with the positives. Okay, so starting with the positives, I'm going to start by explaining the positives. 5. 3 for Grendelzolga's sin, because that was a fucking cool fight. A damn cool fight. Absolutely. The boss rush, I gave 1 positive because it's actually kind of a cool concept. And it refills your health after every round. And yeah, I'll go ahead and be honest. That final Azure Sunray was hype as fuck. That having been said, you might hate me in a moment, Roxor, because am I gonna rip this shit a new asshole and all with the negatives. Hmm. So you're fine with me giving a triple positive to Sin and being like, okay, the boss rush was actually kind of a nifty idea, and the final Azure Sunray was hype as fuck, and then just bashing the rest of it. Huh. I'll be honest with you, Raxor. I didn't see that coming. You caught me more off guard than Dingo did. So, let's start with the fact that I hate fighting this. I hated fighting Grendel's Olga in this fight. His constant status effects and the fact that it felt like he kept going cheap ass on me was just not helping. Now, I was thinking about giving the boss rush a triple negative, but I'm not going to do that. Not for the whole thing. I'm still going to give it a triple negative for an aspect of the final boss rush, but that's just because Demon Melchior and Demon Dante were fucking assholes. 7. I guess it doesn't matter on that. Honestly, they were not as cheap in DB1, so I'm pretty sure in DB1 they were positive by comparison. I don't have... Okay, stop that. Look, I get it. I need to rebuy the Microsoft Office license. Will you just go away for now? What was it? Which is funny because you also didn't fight them together. For the record, Demon Melchior and Demon Dante's both in Daybreak 1 were a triple positive each, for comparison. Because we built up to them, and they actually fought fair. Here? Nope. It was a whole bunch of go screw yourself. Eh. Okay. Oh, is that one where I basically steal the fucking key thing? Yeah, whatever. Point is, but the point is yeah, for a triple each of those got a triple positive because they both fought. Because when I fought them individually, they fought fair. Then, but here, no, they were just not fun. They were not fun to fight. They were not engaging. Yeah. Also, what doesn't help with that is the fact that actually there is one negative I can actually give that boss rush. There is one negative I can give that boss rush now that I'm thinking about it. We'll get to the double negative for that in and of itself. You know what? No, fuck it. Fuck it. I'm going to leave that alone. But yeah, I just... Like, the main problem was you actually had Judith set up for that. I didn't. And that was just like, are you fucking kidding me? You know? And I wasn't exactly set up for them in the first game either. That's what was just making me go, really? Yeah. And the fact that they were forcing me to use those characters was just... You're joking, right? But whatever. I just, ugh. I just did not like that final battle, and it caused the outro to be a double negative on gameplay. I would have given it a triple the outro a triple negative, except Sin was way too fun to fight. Grendel's Olga's Sin was way too fucking fun to fight for me to justify a triple. But the fucking boss rush, Grendel's Olga boss rush, that was bullcrap, and that dragged it down by a point. So, there you go. Now let's finally put the main story of this fucking thing to bed.
Van.
Wow. He actually did it. Nice going.
Goodbye. Let's bid Dingo goodbye and be done with it.
Looks like you're you again, you damn lady killer.
Yeah. And I have you all to thank for that.
Van and Dingo! Oh, thank Arusha.
Yes. I was a little worried there for a moment.
He is. He absolutely is.
Does that mean...
Probably. The Genesees have most likely regained their luster.
You're right. It looks like they have their power back. But that means...
I feared as such.
Oh, come on. Why the long face? I'm just going back where I belong. This is a time for celebration, not tears. I mean, you finally completed the little lady's request.
Well, half of it anyway, which is kind of crazy to admit. Given all the stuff we've been through together, would have liked having you along for the ride. You'd have been a big help.
No, I'm sure you guys can get along just fine without me. You made it this far on your own, right? You know, when I first met you, you reminded me of myself back when I was still wet behind the ears. But somewhere along the way, people started relying on you more and more, and it looks like you learned how to rely on them in return. Thanks for taking on my 4SPG. You really did me a solid there, Van.
Think nothing of it. I already owed you for all you've done for me. A guy's gotta pay his debts when he gets the chance, right? Wish you'd give me a little more time to pay back everything I owe. Maybe I can pass along a message for you? To Marielle, I mean.
Not being able to talk with her before the end is my one regret. I'm proud of her, even if she stumbles or spins her wheels along the way. She's finally standing on her own 2 feet. I only wish we could have talked one last.
Dingo? Is that you?
Okay?
What? Marielle?
Yeah.
What is she doing here?
Lapis brought her.
When'd you run off, LP?
You left to find her on your own?
Not exactly. I was asked to bring her here. A certain someone reached out to me since that glasses guy's tracker doesn't work here.
It can't be.
Oh, but it can, Renee Kincaid.
Hi, Rufus.
It's a pleasure to make your acquaintance at last. You'll have to excuse me for keeping my face concealed. Swin, Nadia, it's been some time since we last crossed paths. You both look well.
Well, I'll be. That's some trick you pulled, boss.
So you're still alive and kicking, huh? Of course, I wasn't worried about you in the slightest.
Wait a sec. Don't tell me you're...
Wasn't he officially declared dead after that disaster in Crossbell?
He was. I had not realized I would be unable to track him when I set foot in this place.
Your name was Van Arkwright, yes? You have my thanks for looking after those three in my stead. I wanted to express my gratitude in some way, so I had Lapis fill me in on all that's transpired.
So, this is a dream, right? A man wearing sunglasses called out to me, and when he put his phone to my ear, I heard Dingo's voice. Then I rushed over to the tower, and...
As a token of my appreciation for all Dingo's done for me, I arranged to have her brought here. I'm relieved we made it in time.
Can't believe it.
That's awfully considerate of you. Thanks.
Dingo?
Of course he does.
Oh, Dingo! Dingo! It's you! It's really you!
And after I just got done telling everyone how independent you've become, now I'm starting to get worried.
You should be worried! I'm a complete mess without you, Dingo!
Oh, I can't agree there. If your coverage of the coup is anything to go by, you're doing great. And if you've been listening, you know what's about to happen, right? I've already passed on. So, this one fleeting moment we have together will be our last. Thank you, everyone. Now, I can leave this world without any regrets.
I was simply returning a favor. That is all.
Me too. Don't think I didn't notice the point where you started looking out for me. You were the one who loosened the leash that Masked Jerk had on me. It's thanks to you that I became myself again.
Yes, we owe you thanks too.
Yup. You're an awesome guy, Dingo.
And Van, I will always, always be grateful to you and your friends for what you did here. There's one last thing I need to tell you, Agnes. About your great-grandfather's diaries.
Huh?
Oh.
About them.
I was able to learn something while serving as the 8th Genesis's vessel. It's not much, but it's still worth sharing. This was an isolated incident. You haven't averted the end he foretold in his final entry. Don't worry, though. I know. You'll find a way. This is goodbye, Marielle and Van.
I mean, it also would have helped if the guard master hadn't, stolen the thing, and we had just continued to gather the pieces, because we were doing that, and then all of a sudden it was like it was chasing down the frickin' garden master for half the goddamn game. So yeah, still, could have been worse. Could have been worse.
Oh, and be sure to give Bermati and all my other acquaintances my regards.
Yeah. You got it.
Hey, Dingo. I promise I'll do my very best. So don't worry. I'll be fine.
So long, Dingo.
After that, we returned to the irreplaceable present that we worked so hard to protect. And though we felt sorry for Marielle, she smiled as she pushed us on, and we all left Trion Mall together. Somehow, against all odds, we made it back to the school festival in time for the end of the performance.
Yeah, me too. Hey, it's the Madam not appearing in this film sisters. Fuck. Would have been nice for those two to join us, but no, of course not. Yeah, this is their one scene in this whole thing, so it's like, yeah. Meh. That was okay.
Academy Festival is now over. Thank you all so much for attending. We'd like to ask all students and personnel to gather in the courtyard once you've finished your preparations for tomorrow.
Man, this year's festival was a real nice change of pace.
I hear next year's supposed to be different too. Wonder what it'll be like. I want to come back tomorrow.
Her name's Shizuna? Okay. That's an interesting pairing. Fairy and Catra. Oh, fuck off, already, Victor. He's doing so
I've gotta
much
admit,
better.
Risha Mao and Fee Clausel dropping in made for one hell of a surprise. Gave the show some serious star power. You sure went ham with the gorgeous guest stars. Good work.
Well, I can't take the credit for that one. That was actually Ren's idea, believe it or not. Odette, Albert, and I got on board almost immediately. It just seemed like a natural fit. Especially given Calvert's past and present, and the increasing signs of division. And not to mention, our relationships with other countries.
People are anxious now that reparations are over, and Zyphatech being iterated on outside Calvert ain't exactly easing their fears. Given the way Renee's been acting, I'd say action's being taken to counter that. We'll probably have a lead on the rest of the world for a while. With all that stuff going on, a new season together might have a deeper meaning than I thought. I think it ended up hitting close to home.
I hope so. Admittedly, I'm not sure how much it resonated with people, my father included. I guess the end result was that we upheld the status quo. After all the effort that everyone, including you, put into this, I wish we could say we accomplished a little more than that.
Hey, hold that head up high, kiddo. You did a great job out there. Sucks to admit, but y'all did even better than our class. That's no small feat, even with Ren on your side.
Well, again, we can't take all the credit. You helped supervise us, after all. I think we can consider this a win for everybody. So, thank you for everything.
Don't sweat it. Just felt like pitching in.
I know it's still only the first day, but I feel strangely at ease. Like a weight's been lifted from my shoulders. I doubt I'll feel that way after today, though. We have the next student council election and career counseling coming up. RMS is a lot of fun, but it's certainly not all play.
Speaking of which, you said Albert's gonna run for student council president, yeah? You're gonna be busy as a bee helping him, so you might want to cut down on your hours.
No way! You aren't getting rid of me that easily. Someone has to fill the void left behind by Swin and Nadia. And besides, we haven't closed the book on my case. A device that observes the sins of humanity. I just can't fathom why my great-grandfather would create such a thing. But I think... No. I'm positive that we still have yet to uncover all the secrets of the Genesis. There has to be more to them.
It's possible. Regardless. Given that this whole thing involves Mare and the Grendel, I can't just stand on the sidelines. I bet you anything they'd all say the same thing.
For sure. You know, Dingo may have had a point about humans being fragile and weak. I can't deny his words rang true. There are times when we have to move forward, even if it means making a misstep or a stumble along the way. I'd go so far as to say that making mistakes is all part of what it means to be human.
Yeah.
You all had things to overcome. That goes for you too, Van. As well as Fairy, Katra, Aaron, Nadia, Swin, and everyone else. You were weighed down by your pasts, but you overcame it so you could take hold of what you have now. Thinking about this makes me realize how much I want to be like all of you, both for the sake of the Genesis and for Dad, too. I also hope it'll help me share what I'm feeling, even if those feelings likely won't be reciprocated. But I want that special someone to know.
Van! Adios!
The hell are you two standing around for? Come on, get your asses over here!
It's only just getting started, so please feel free to join.
I'm already working up a sweat.
Hey, Nina! Risha! What say we get in on the fun?
Lead the way. I was just thinking I didn't get enough dancing in earlier.
Aha! Inspiration has struck again. I'm gonna set my next thrilling theatrical extravaganza in a high school!
Ooh, what a novel concept.
Ugh,
No. Nothing good'll come of those two swapping ideas.
I'd be more interested in a slasher flick, personally speaking.
Ah, a man of taste. I love watching those for the sex scenes.
For the what now?
I mean, so,
okay, that
You've
was
finally shown your true colors.
Oh yes! Dance with me! Oh, and you can
that
have the
was
next
at
one,
least
Van.
funny.
Ooh. I guess I'd better call dibs on the next dance after her then.
That's so fair. Oh well. I'll just reserve the one after.
Well, when did you become such a babe magnet, Van?
I don't think he is. They're just picking on the poor guy.
Wow.
Yeah,
the competition's
exactly.
really heating up now. You better get in there and give him heck, Elaine.
Fee? How do you know what's going on? You've been away for so long.
Choose your dance partners wisely, or you may end up with sore feet.
I'm going to take loads of pictures. Guess we ought to go.
Yeah, probably. All right, you guys. We ain't gonna let you hog all the fun.
Mm-hmm. Hey, Bearguard got back, finally. Yeah, even the music is not as good in my opinion. This is definitely not getting a positive. I mean, it's a nice little vignette thing, but there's just something not as good about it, in my opinion. It kind of feels hollow, if I'm honest. Alright. So. Oh my god, I hate this spelling this fucking word. Alright. And then let's go ahead and give that double positive I said I was giving. Alright. So. Let's start with, I'm going to start with the fact that this is a double positive. Oof. That's just... that's always fun. Well, the game is over, Rexor, and I'm giving a... Lucas Slaughter. And I'm giving a... despite me giving a triple negative to that ending, because I really don't like it, I will say I still stand behind giving the outro in general a double positive, because everything up to the lead into the final dungeon was awesome. Everything to do with the frickin' festival was frickin' amazeballs. And then the narrative completely just starts... blech. No, not the post-game. Just the ending. Everything past the final farewell with Ingo, basically. From that final dance to through Agnes's big speech, I didn't like it. I thought it was just pathetic and just overblown. Like the festival ending. The one where Agnes is talking about, humans are weak. Dingo's words rang true. That whole crap can go to hell. I hated that. The Dingo part, though, that was nice. I gave that a positive. That was good. So, final thoughts. It's before, as of right now. Yeah. I don't know. I'm just sick of fiction cramming that idea down my throat, you know? I don't know. I mean, I don't need to be reminded. Well, I'll put it to you like this, Lucas Slaughter. Even if I was to accept that humans are crap, I don't need my fiction to fucking keep reminding me that humans are crap. Yep, okay? Not when I can not when I can literally just turn on my computer or the fucking TV and get an example of them being so, you know? Regardless, yeah, no, just, ugh, is all I have to say to all of that. Not a fan. Let's just save the clear data and just examine New Game Plus and be done with it. Because that's going to be the last thing we do today. New Game Plus. Let's load some clear data. Final bit and nice little final bit. So we can either access the Marhangarten for the post game, or we can begin another playthrough. So we're going to begin another playthrough because this is to examine what we get. So all of the items, all of the achievements, and all of the notebook entries, character levels and stats. It's the Mira, Septif, and S tokens. Okay? Pretty basic. Let's go ahead and so we get that. We get some. We got to AAA, so we get 5 of each of the skill stones for Van, Agnes, and Elaine, and then some droplets. We're gonna skip all that crap. Riverside has been added to the travel menu. Its controls. So yeah, and then we just have all of that, and I'm assuming we have all of, yes, So, yeah. Alright, well, that's a standard New Game Plus. It is still a good New Game Plus. Yeah. Oh, well, that was another story that just... after a while, I just stopped caring. Which just was like, yeah. There we go. So, good New Game Plus is always a plus. As it always is. Yeah. I am aware of that, Jazzy85, but I will be tackling the post-game tomorrow. You actually kind of came in at the final at the home stretch. So the home stretch of this session. So regardless, yeah. The question is, do I do the audit now or do I do the audit after I finish post? You know what? I'll do the audit after I finish post game. That's what I'm gonna do. Because that's usually how I do these things. So that's it for the main story of Daybreak 2. Overall thoughts. Thank fuck it's over. That's all I can say about it. Just thank fuck it's over. I know that's probably a thing that's gonna piss people off, but I don't care. This was such a nothing burger of a frickin' storyline that I almost feel like if you basically just gave me a truncated Cliff Notes version, or basically shortened this by a larger portion and made this the DLC for Daybreak 1, I would have been a lot more okay with it. I almost feel like that's kind of what should have happened. This should have just been a DLC campaign for Daybreak 1 instead of being a full-blown new game. I don't know. Oh, maybe I'm weird in thinking that, but it's like, you know? Because then they could have just, had it, they could have just, allowed the Garten to be freaking baked more, and it would have worked better. But I know, Falcom's got this whole thing of release a game every year, and I really just have to roll my eyes at that. Because it's the COD mistake. That's literally what that is, you know? But yeah, I guess that's it. I don't know what else I can say, but I guess I can go ahead and tell you what the final tally going into the post game is right now. So let's see. Gameplay or the story right now is sitting at 100. That should read 178 positives to story. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yes, it does. 91 negatives to story. My math is completely failing me. So yeah, the story score is currently sitting at plus 87. Sans any post game stuff that adds onto that score. Still pretty damn impressive. That's all character moments and presentation. Completely all on presentation and the characters. Because this narrative was not good. That's why there's 91 of those damn negatives. There's 91 damn negatives to this thing. Quite literally, another example. That is literally another That is just like Three Houses, which is hilarious to me. Which is freaking hilarious to me. Gameplay scored pretty good, honestly, all things considered. That should be 124 gameplay positives, and it is, and 49 gameplay negatives. So, if my mouse could cooperate. That's a plus 75 to gameplay. I mean, playing this game and going for the character moments is actually pretty good. So, yeah, I think I'll stand behind that. But the problem for me is that I recognize it's a really good game, worthy of the art category, but man, is this an example of a flawed masterpiece. The game I would compare it most strongly to is Cold Steel 4. Because Cold Steel 4 is a good game. That thing got an 80 out of me. Which, for the record, 80 is what I consider some of my favorite games. So, yeah, this is a really good... This is a really, really good game. But this is absolutely getting the jalapeno tag. Just straight up, it's getting the jalapeno tag from me. Yeah. Oh yeah. The character stuff is what carries this thing, Lucas Slaughter, to be blunt. If it was not for the character stuff, this would be a lot more negative. Holy crap. Like, I would be a lot more negative on this thing. Like, if the crap that led us into the final dungeon was the fucking default characterization for the characters, oof. I don't feel any positives for Victor. I really don't. No, don't get me wrong. I like him as a character. I just was like, you know. But yeah. Regardless, though, as much as I think I'm just gonna go ahead and just. But that is where I stand on this one. I am conflicted with this game because, again, I acknowledge it's a great game. It's just a great game that I have no interest in playing again, mostly because the narrative is so shite. So, there's that. Oh, hell yeah, Raxor. By a large margin. And again, we haven't done it. I'm not doing an audit until we get the post-game stuff done. I just kind of want to get through my final thoughts of the main story because again, like I said, it's the characters. It is the characters that do that. Actually, what's funny, Lucas Slaughter, is no, I'm not. Because there is a such thing as an oversaturation of characters. Yeah, exactly. He had 5 games, and he only had to share the spotlight in, depending on how you score it, 2 of the games. And even then, and you can actually argue that it's actually only 1 game he actually had to share the spotlight with anybody. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Reverie is the only one that there is no argument. He had to share the spotlight there. You could possibly say Cold Steel 4, but that was definitely more his bag than anything. If I'm going to watch the Kai trailer, Lucas Slaughter, it's after the post game, because the post game supposedly sets up Kai. So, there you go. Regardless, that's going to do it for me today. Tomorrow at 9 a.m. Central Standard Time, the post game of Daybreak 2. Until next time, Blue Wolf Alex of the Lore Walkers signing out. Have a good one. See you tomorrow for the post game.